Good morning, and welcome to our workshop today on ensuring broadband reliability and resiliency. I appreciate you all coming out. This is being webcast as well. And my name is Jeff Goldthorpe. I'm Associate Chief of Cybersecurity, Communications Reliability, and Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau here at the FCC. Let me just kick things off very quickly by turning it over to Jamie Barnett. Jamie's the Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and he'll have a few opening remarks. Jamie?
Jeff, thank you so much, and thank you for your team and the team from Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau who put this together today. For all those who are joining us on the web, we appreciate you being here. For those of you who are here, I particularly thank you for coming through monsoon-like weather. I think it's clear that if you made it here, you walk on water. You had to. We welcome you to our Network Reliability Workshop. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to those who are our panelists who have taken time out of their busy schedules to share their expertise, their ideas with us about these critical and timely issues. And I really think we're in for a treat today as we consider these things together. Henry Ford said that thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. The willingness of our panelists to think about some of these challenges presented by the ever-changing communications landscape and contribute their ideas and their perspectives to these complex issues, I think really will improve the FCC's work and the nation's communications. The President assigned the FCC the critical role of ensuring continuous operations and reconstitution of critical communications and services for the nation's emergency preparedness and response efforts. That's a direct quote from the presidential directive. This mission became starkly apparent within these past 2 weeks following the earthquake of August 23rd and the chaos wrought by Hurricane Irene up and down the coast. We have much to do. We have done a lot in the past, but we still have much to learn and to ensure that our nation's communications infrastructure is reliable and resilient. And the FCC, along with all of the stakeholders, consistently put forth our best effort to continuously improve in the face of changing technology and crisis situations. So, for example, during the earthquake and the tsunami in Japan, that country's broadband-based warning systems enabled Japan's meteorological agency to issue alerts automatically via cell phones and TV after the first, less harmful earthquake, providing a short window. They give a P wave right before it, and they're able to get that short window for people to prepare for the more powerful shock wave that followed. Those with mobile phones were able to rely on their battery-powered devices to access web-based disaster messages boards, Twitter, and social networking sites to report on their status and check for updates regarding their family and friends. The capability to use wireless devices to access the internet was due in large part to the redundancy of Japan's wireless network, which can automatically reroute signals over alternate paths if one route is destroyed or interrupted. In the United States, we have no rules on redundancy, on backup power, and we have to ask whether that situation is acceptable, whether that is the best way to be. The migration of communications infrastructure from older technologies to broadband technology raises concerns about a communications network infrastructure that lacks time-tested standards of the legacy systems. The Commission's reliability and resiliency proceeding is seeking input on exactly these issues. Another important effort by the Commission to ensure communications reliability is the Network Outage Reporting System, or NORS, which provides the Commission with essential information to enhance network security and reliability. This mandatory reporting system provides data related to specific outages, which the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau uses to work with communications providers to improve their network reliability and resiliency. We also develop aggregate reliability statistics based on NORS data, which we review with the industry on a regular basis to facilitate industry-wide improvement in network reliability and resiliency. Because of the NORS system, the Commission has a proven track record in detecting vulnerabilities and reducing outages in circuit-switched communications, emphasis on the circuit-switched. While increasing numbers of consumers, businesses, and government agencies rely on broadband and interconnected VoIP services for everyday and emergency communication needs, both voice and data, the Commission's outage reporting rules do not cover broadband ISPs or interconnected VoIP service providers. The smart grid relies on broadband communications. Telemedicine relies on broadband. The Federal Reserve's FedWire, the IP-based funds and security transfer network that services financial institutions, carries over 500,000 transactions per day, worth $3.7 trillion per day. Yet to the extent that significant outages occur on these networks, the Commission currently has no way of monitoring the reliability and availability of these systems. To address this deficiency, the Commission has proposed to expand its outage rules to interconnected VoIP service providers and broadband ISPs. The broadband communications infrastructure constitutes a large and growing share of our critical communications infrastructure, yet outages in broadband networks are not uncommon. Ensuring the reliability of those networks has become vital to the public interest. Another timely example of the Commission's efforts to ensure communications resilience during disaster times is our voluntary disaster information reporting system, or DIRS, through which the Commission collects operational status and restoration information from communications providers, including wireless, wireline, broadcast, cable providers, all this during major disasters and subsequent recovery efforts. DIRS gives communication providers a single, coordinated, consistent, and voluntary federal process to report their communications infrastructure status information during those times of crisis. This system proved critical during the recent communications outages suffered from Hurricane Irene. So believe it or not, this particular workshop was planned long before the earthquake, long before the hurricane, and long before the monsoon that we're having right now. But I think you can see that there's a certain urgency to it, a certain relevancy, and we hope today that we'll come up with some great discussion, some great answers before the next unexpected and yet inevitable event. So thank you very much for being here. Are you introducing? Okay, so I have the honor of introducing Commissioner McDowell. One of the things I think that will be apparent to you today is that the emphasis with which our commissioners place on this particular subject matter today. I think you're going to get to see the whole commission today at one point or another. Commissioner McDowell, we greatly appreciate you being here, and I would turn the floor over to you. Thank you for any comments that you have for us, sir.
I thought I was going to be late too, as we all navigated the waters coming down from the heavens. I think we all need to build an ark here, and we are very well equipped here at the FCC because we have an admiral right here in our ranks. So we have someone to captain that ark. That's right, Admiral Noah. And with all the words being said in Washington this week, there's one word you will not hear: sunscreen. You just don't need it during a week like this. It's dark pretty much 24/7 this week. So thank you so much to the Admiral and everyone in the Bureau for putting this together. Not only are you an Admiral, but apparently you're clairvoyant, because this is incredibly well timed, this workshop. I think we're going to learn a lot today. I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. I want to thank all of our panelists who are going to come and tell us their views and what they've learned all the way through, probably even today, about how events can affect the reliability of our networks and our public safety. And I do especially want to extend a especially warm welcome to our guests from the government of Japan, to thank them for imparting upon us what they've learned from their recent tragedies as well. So welcome. So, you know, public safety and homeland security are always a priority for the FCC, but this recent 1, 2, now 3 punch of an earthquake, hurricane, and monsoon hitting the East Coast, our most densely populated area of our country, has heightened awareness that we need to re-examine what we're doing in this area. It's important to constantly reevaluate and learn from what is happening. These events, of course, coupled with the 10th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, make it a perfect time to analyze what we're doing right and what we need to improve. I think the bureaus and the chairman's office deserve a high degree of kudos for working in real time, keeping us all informed of what's been going on, and really just pouncing on the opportunity to learn more and to make sure that the public, the consumers throughout the country, are being served in the best possible way when it comes to communications infrastructure. One area that's related but not exactly on point for what we're going to talk about in the workshop today, but I want to thank the Bureau for looking into it even before I asked them to, is something that I experienced, and I think Commissioner Clyburn also experienced during the earthquake. We were in Aspen together for a conference, and we were on a panel together, and just a few minutes before the panels when the earthquake hit. So I immediately called in to find out what the extent, what the extent of the damage was, and found that I couldn't get through to my team who were using wireless phones, and so I used the wireless priority service. So some government officials get this card, which gives us a little code that we can dial to get through in times of extreme congestion. And it ends up, after doing just an initial investigation, that still today, even 10 years after 9/11, where there's a spike in congestion around a specific area with wireless users, you still can't get through even with the WPS. And that's something we need to examine, learn from, and improve. I want to flag that issue, and I do appreciate the Commission and the Bureau for looking into this right now, and I look forward to learning what we find out and what we can do to improve it as quickly as possible, because that was a big concern on 9/11, is that, first of all, everyone should be able to use their wireless device in times of a crisis, but especially those who are involved with first response or with making sure the infrastructure is intact or can be salvaged if there's a problem. And so that's why some of us get these cards, is to try to be able to get through in the most critical way. And if it didn't work, we need to find out why it didn't work and what can we do in the future to make sure it does work. So thank you all very much. I promise I'd keep my remarks short, and hopefully we can all stay dry here in this room so that we don't grow mold otherwise. But in any case, I look forward to learning more from what you've done here today and throughout the whole process. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Commissioner. As Commissioner said, we do have some folks here from the international community that will be speaking to us and sharing their ideas. And I want to first thank the coordination with the International Bureau, which helped make this first presentation possible, and the visitor from Japan as well. That was very helpful, and we appreciate that. We're going to lead off today with some remarks by Mr. Uffe Jensen. And let me just say a few things to introduce you to him. Mr. Jensen began his career in the Danish Department of Taxation in 1993. He moved to the European Commission Anti-Fraud Office in Brussels, dealing primarily with financial interests. He's also worked in the reform of customs services in the countries of the former Soviet Union, as coordinator of international IT development for the Director General for Taxation, on the personal staff of Danish EU Commissioner Nielsen, with the EU delegation in Yerevan, Armenia. Since May of this year, Mr. Jensen has served in the EU delegation to the United States in Washington, D.C. He covers the EU-U.S. cooperation on a number of areas related to justice and home affairs. In addition to a civil service education, customs, and taxation, Mr. Jensen holds a master's in public administration, a postgraduate master's in international politics, and a degree in social science. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Jensen to the podium, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us today.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to Jeff for this introduction. Sometimes I have the privilege to be the one-eyed king in the kingdom of the blind, and despite the fact that the introduction sounds good to me, I think it proves that today I'm the blind together with all those who can see and have a knowledge on these issues. Nevertheless, I hope that I can give you some kind of overview about the thinking behind the developments in the European Union, what led to the legislation we have on these issues, and I have heard. I have to apologize. Do we have the slides here? I have to apologize for the slides. They are very legalistic. They are referring to legal text, and you might not be able to see all the details. I've heard that the slides would be made available to everybody after this presentation. The 2009 telecoms reform introduced the notion of security breaches and reporting obligations at the European Union level. So this is a novelty from 2009, and at that time, prior to this one, we only had 2 member states. You know, the European Union is consisting of 27 member states currently, and only 2 member states had experience with this kind of reporting mechanism. And these member states were Finland and Sweden. And I'll come a little bit into that one, and if people have questions, let me try to answer those ones. But the experience gained by Sweden and Finland has formed part of the baseline for the further developments of the directive. I also have to say that the experience gained by the US has also played a major role because the American system was before us when it comes to regulations for the mandatory disclosure of security incidents involving personal identifiable information. And this is a kind of sensitive issue for the European when it comes to privacy issues. You can see there is a reference to the e-privacy directive here. I just put it in because this is very important. It's one of the important elements that has led to these obligations to the providers, and this is something which is very sensitive, as I said, to the European Parliament and to the European decision makers. The amendment of Directive 2002 on a common regulatory framework, as I said, it has a new chapter in 2009. The 2002 regulation was amended in 2009 to include security issues, which was not the case before. I have to say that the leading up to these changes was caused by a lot of issues, especially the fact that we now realize that security breaches is not something which is only on national level. It's also something which is transnational, and the European Union, as you know, is 27 different member states. The whole telecom reform is also was also triggered back in 2002, and also the amendment 2009 was triggered by an overall political development in the European Union, whereby we had one of the key functions of the European Union is what we call the internal market, where competition should be free in the markets, and there were some liberalization efforts on telecommunication. Energy markets has been liberalized, and that means that we also need to make sure that there is a uniform European framework legislation in place. I don't want to go into too many legalistic details, but I think for the sake of clarity, I have to just very briefly say that there's basically 2 kinds of European legislation. We have regulations, which are EU regulations, which are directly binding on the EU member states. So if the European Union, by the European Commission, the Parliament, the Council, decides on new legislation, and we call it a regulation, that means that the member states have to implement that regulation according to the text, every word of the text. Whereas in this case, we are talking about a directive A directive is a framework legislation which means that the European Union member states individually can amend their national legislation so that they have to fulfill the objectives of the legislation. This is a little bit important in this case, since there is a difference from the regulations. So insofar as if you have a regulation, there is more executive power on the European level. In this case, the enforcement of a directive is only by the European member states. The European Commission does not have an enforcement role. Our agency, ENISA, is also set up as a kind of a body which is a center of excellency, which is trying to communicate best practices and but not having an enforcement role. The enforcement lies with the member states also in this case. What are we talking about here? We're talking about the amendment to this old directive, the Directive 2002, which was amended in 2009. And here, Article 13 established the reporting mechanism that we are talking about. And we say that member states shall ensure that undertakings providing public communication networks or publicly available electronic communication services will notify the competent national authority of any breach of security or loss of integrity that has a significant impact on the operation of networks and services. So basically we talk about breach of security, loss of integrity, we talk about significant impact, however that is defined, and we talk about networks and we talk about services. And we talk about telecom undertakings who are providing public communication networks or publicly available electronic communication services. When we're talking about the undertakings, the providers here, there's another issue which is perhaps useful for you to know, that we are talking about those companies who normally would have a license by one of the member states to make these services available for the public. So there is a contract in any case between the service provider and the particular member state. And this is what we're talking about here. We are talking a little bit old-fashioned telecommunication, and that has, of course, developed rapidly over the years. So now we have other services and just having the networks available as well. It's difficult to see because of the text there, but we're talking about risk management context here. So Article 13A, 1 and 2 actually says that member states shall ensure that undertakings providing public communication networks and communication services, they take the appropriate technical and organizational measures to appropriately manage the risk posed to security of networks and services. And here we are having some language having the regard to the state of the art. These measures shall ensure a level of security appropriate to the risk presented. So we are talking about reporting of service of security breaches linked to risk management, and I have to say that if we're discussing the impact on the companies affected by this one, I would say that there's nothing in the reporting system that we are trying to develop that should not already be in place in that particular company. I mean, the company should have an internal reporting mechanism. They should know these kind of breaches already. So it's only a matter of making it obligatory to report these breaches to the national authorities. what we're talking about is 3 types of reporting on European level. So we have the first type is the reporting from the company, from the undertaking, from the companies to the competent national regulatory authorities. That's the starting point. And here, since I started to say it today, we're talking about a directive. So the national member states, they have the possibility to enforce, to ask for stricter legislation than the European legislation. So there's a matter of how the national authorities ask their companies to report to them. So there can be, we're talking about minimum level reporting in the European Union, but there might be a more strict reporting requirements from the companies to the national authorities. We also have a reporting obligation imposed on the national regulatory authorities because they have to report to other member states in case of urgencies, in case of significance, and they might have to also inform the public of these kind of security breaches we're talking about. And then finally, the third reporting, which we are trying to develop for the time being, is the reporting for the national regulatory authorities to ENISA, our agency, and to the European Commission. There's another complication in the European system. We do have many complications in our systems, but one of them is, of course, that having 27 member states who are sovereign member states means that they alone have the right to define how they are managing their regulatory setup, which are the authorities who are involved. I guess in the American context, you also have a lot of agencies involved in various items, and here in the European Union, it's for the member states to define which is the authority for what kind of incidents. It's not something that the European Union is imposing. The next slide is a bit about the timing, about the implementation. In the legislation, we have put in the 25th of May for the transposition date of the telecom package, and by the 25th of May, the member states would have to introduce the directive into national legislation. Since, as I said at the beginning, it was only Finland and Sweden who had experience with this one. Actually, the state of play is that a lot of member states did not develop the concept further, did not make much more complicated legislation, but simply used the text that we had, which is a kind of a broad text. Then we also, the European Commission, which is a kind of the executive body of the European Union, might also adopt technical implementing measures with a view to harmonizing the national measures concerning reporting. And here I have to say again that it has been very important for the European Union not to impose legislation on the member states, the companies. So it has been a kind of, the whole discussions during work groups has been in a way that we are trying to elaborate a common baseline in cooperation with the member states, and the member states themselves will have had a lot of consultations normally with those companies who are going to be affected. The technical guidelines that we are going to finalize in September, October this year, and we would happily share them with you as soon as they are finished. I will send it to Greg and to Jeff as soon as we have them. They are, as I said, going to be finalized now. And as I said, they are bottom-up approaches, so we are talking about guidelines. Yes, there is a very strong demand for member states to comply with these guidelines that we are going to agree on. But legally speaking, they are to be considered guidelines, and then we'll see how that actually materializes itself when we get the first reporting from the member states, we'll know much more about whether we made the guidelines in the correct way, whether we made all the definitions of the various things to report on, whether they are logical, because I think only practical experience will show whether we are on the right track. But the whole idea is, in any case, that the reporting to the from the companies to the national regulatory authorities, from the national level to the European level, the idea is it's a kind of a learning process all the time. So we want to have a kind of circuit that the experience gained would be used, evaluated upon, and made available for best practices in any instance. This one will be very short. This just to say that as I said, the work on the technical guidelines is in progress, and it's important that the slides, when you see the slides which follow, which goes a little bit more into what we have foreseen for reporting in practical terms, they should not be considered too definitive. They are under the elaboration, and as I said, again, the experience gained in the future will mean that we might have to amend them again. So the content of the reporting scheme, I guess this is where you might be able to extract in the future some of our knowledge, and we definitely need your knowledge as well. But here we have a kind of an overview about what are we going to ask for. So we are going on European level to ask for annual aggregated and anonymous report of all reported security breaches, and here without the name of the provider. Personally, I don't know whether it's possible or not to know who is the provider, because I guess it's a small community of big companies that we're talking about. So, but anyway, we are not going to name and shame. We are going to use it as a constructive tool to distribute knowledge. So basically, the fields we have foreseen so far for describing the breaches is the date of occurrence, it's the date of detection, it's the affected assets and services, it's information on the root cause, including some kind of threat indicators, and what are the vulnerabilities which have been exploited. We also want to know a bit about the impact. We want to know how these breaches have been handled, and what is the response approach by the member states and perhaps also by the companies. And finally, we want to know what are the measures taken to avoid similar breaches in the future. So coming back to my initial remark about my own blindness in this one, this is a more complicated slide for me, because it has a very simple list of assets and services affected, but for me it's a bit difficult to see exactly where is the limit between various services. But definitely we're talking about telephony, voice fixed networks, we're talking about data services, satellite communication, fixed network, wireless broadcast services. And telephone voice would be domestic telecommunication networks. That's what we're talking about here. So we're talking about key telephone system, private branch exchange trunks, and various data arrangements. And we're also talking about networks that support digital communication for voice and internet data services on cell phone networks. So that's at least the ambition for the time being. When we talk about data, we are talking about services which comprise non-audio primary service component and eventually additional secondary service components. So we're talking about internet connections, when people are using internet for communication purposes, and these can be operated by the government, they can be operated by industry, academia, private parties. We're also talking about email services. That's also important. Satellite communications. That's all communications between Earth stations and satellite positions. Wireless broadcast services. That's a radio communication service in which the transmissions are intended for direct reception by the general public. And the service might include sound transmissions, television transmission even, and other types of transmissions. The technical aspects also includes some parameters that we're trying to set. So I said we need to know the amount of users affected, the duration of the breach, the geographical spread, and even down to at the regional level. And then an important issue, of course, when we talk about public communication networks, is the impact on the emergency services. I mean, you have the 911 here, we have 112. So we'll see how badly that would be affected of these breaches. And basically what we're talking about, we're not only talking about, in this case, usual security breaches, we're talking about the functioning of public services in the internal market. So there's overlapping interest to get these services to function. As I guess I shortly mentioned, the thresholds that we have put into the guidelines, they are minimum. I mean, these ones we don't discuss with the member states. You might argue, or some might argue, that the limits could have been set differently. They might not be logically developed. But I think the graphical structure looks nice, at least. But we have a very logical frame we have outlined. The member states can, if they want and if they feel the need for it, they can make stricter reporting thresholds. So it might be a bit difficult for you to see, but the threshold suggested is on the top level. You see from 1 hour to 2 hours, for 2 to 4 hours, 4 hours, 6, 8, and more than 8 hours security or unavailability, or for one reason or another. And then we have on the vertical line, you have the amount of users affected. So there's a combination of users affected and the time frame. Having said this one, it doesn't necessarily mean that significance is only linked to numbers. I mean, you can have significant security breaches, whether on time, based on the type of breach. It can be also breaches on integrity of the data held by the providers, which will make, in my view, an obligation to the companies to report, to the member states to report, because a breach can be significant and important for a number of reasons outside this particular table. But at least we have a minimum threshold level for reporting. This slide is showing the objectives of collecting data on security breaches, and it is to get better access and dissemination of information among the interested parties. It's also linked to information that is important for the risk management for all our interested parties, and it's about a learning process for policymakers and providers. I think there are many more reasons for having a reporting system, and I said up front, my experience with providers of IT services is that the professional providers will have this kind of information available. Jeff told you that I used to work in the European Union customs office where we had some very big computer systems, and if they broke down, the entire import-export operations and the transit operations of the European Union would go down. So we had 24-hour, every minute monitoring about the availability, breaches, etc. So I don't think it's an impossible burden to put on those who are having these licenses to telecommunication services. And I think it's in everybody's interest to, when there is a breach for security, to know what is the reason, how can we deal with that one. And these information are going to be disseminated. There's another issue also. I mentioned at the beginning that that there was many reasons for the amendment of the legislation. One of them is linked to competitiveness of the European market. When we, in 2000, the European Union made what we call the Lisbon strategy, which was caused by the fact that at that time the European Union was less competitive than Japan, than the United States. So we had to do something, and we made liberalization of the energy markets, telecommunication, etc. And we enhanced the competitiveness. And to have it's important to have some kind of transparency. It's important to have some kind of minimum standards also when it comes to security, to ensure that what we wanted to achieve was to be the most competitive knowledge-based economy by 2010. We didn't really, I'm afraid we didn't reach the goal, but at least when you're talking about a competitive market, we need to be sure that the telecom services are reliable, are available. So we need to have a set of minimum standards for all the member states, and it goes into the overall competitiveness of the European Union as well. As I said at the beginning, the European Commission is very pleased that we are invited to this workshop, and I apologize that the experts from headquarters were not available to come today. I had promised to take back all the questions you have if I can't answer them. I have also promised that when they come, I'll try to facilitate contacts between you and my colleagues back in Brussels, and they are really keen on learning from the American experience in this field. And here you have some useful contacts as well, my colleagues back home, the colleagues in the agency who is dealing with this one. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jensen, thank you so much for these key insights to the European approaches to this, and adds to the depth and breadth of our discussion. I appreciate your presence here today. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our own FCC Commissioner, Mignon Clyburn, who takes a special interest in this for a couple of reasons. One is that she hails from a state that is continually a bumper for hurricanes and other weather and they were in fact affected this time as well. And then she also served many years with the South Carolina Public Utilities Commission, and so that I think has added to her passion for this particular subject. Thank you so much for spending time with us, and please welcome Commissioner Clyburn.
Good morning, everyone. As Admiral Barnett affirmed, I am from South Carolina, a beautiful state, but a state that is quite vulnerable. So you're absolutely right. These issues mean a lot to me. It explains probably a lot about my demeanor, too. We grew up a little tough, but we're resilient. Again, I would like to thank you for inviting me here this morning, and want to take a moment to commend you and your staff at the Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau for organizing this terrific agenda. When Admiral Barnett briefed the Commission at the about the FCC's emergency response efforts in Haiti, he highlighted the value of teamwork from all of our partners. To be best prepared for natural disasters, we need collaboration from the widest array of stakeholders. For such collaboration allows us to fashion solutions that will achieve important policy initiatives without imposing unreasonable burdens on communications companies. The emergency response efforts in Haiti and Japan taught us another lesson, however. They showed how vital broadband networks are to rescue efforts during large-scale disasters. We know that relief workers in Haiti and Japan developed several new broadband applications which allowed them to find people and deliver urgent medical care and aid. That experience teaches me that we must take appropriate steps to ensure the continuity and reliability not just of legacy networks, but of broadband networks as well. The impressive list of participants on this agenda this morning affirms that the staff at the Bureau has worked hard to attract a wide range of ideas on the best ways to ensure the continuity and reliability of legacy and broadband networks. At FCC workshops, we expect to hear important contributions from service providers as well as state and federal public officials. We are not, however, often graced with the presence of counselors from the Japanese Embassy or European Commission. We are happy about your inclusion this morning. In light of the disasters and tremendous rescue efforts in Haiti, Chile, and Japan, there is much we can learn from our international partners and friends. So I again welcome all of our guests to the Commission and look forward to hearing your recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'd like to invite the panelists for our first panel to take the dais now. And I realized late in the game that I didn't get wired up for a wireless mic, and we're going to fix that in a moment without interrupting the flow, because I hate talking from a podium. But hey, Lori, good. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you. The way we'll get started is once the panel gets seated, we'll just do very brief introductions. The panelists will introduce themselves, their name, where they work, and their role. There won't be prepared remarks. It was all set up that way. So, and then when we're done, our visitor from Japan will have some extra time, maybe about 10 minutes, to talk about how things are done in Japan, and then we'll roll into the usual format. So why don't we begin, John, with you, if you want to say a few words about your by way of introduction.
Okay, great. You hear me okay? Okay, good morning. Thank you, Jeff, very much for including me today. My name is John Carlson. I represent the Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council, which is made up of 52 associations and large financial institutions that's focused on resiliency of the telecommunications networks as it relates to the financial services sector. Our sector has had a lot of experience with our dependence on telecom. It is core to our business. We know we're dependent. We've had a number of experiences in which we've seen that dependency. 9/11 was certainly one of them in terms of the lack of resiliency and diversity in some of the circuits that we relied upon. And our sector, which is made up of the critical infrastructure, has worked over the past decade since 9/11 to really focus on the need for enhanced resiliency, both in terms of what we can do as major buyers of technology services, including telecom services, but also enhanced information sharing and best practices that we can generate as a sector. One of the messages I want to convey today is we think it's very important to make sure that financial institutions and other consumers have the information that they need in order to make wise decisions. And network outage reporting is one of those metrics that could be very useful to be a good buyer of service, and also to ensure we have the level of resiliency that we need in our networks. It's of particular concern to financial services because we are heavily regulated. We have requirements in terms of the ability to recover services within hours, depending on what type of operation you're involved in. Many of these requirements were an outgrowth of the 9/11 response and the actions that the federal regulators, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the Securities and Exchange Commission took in order to enhance resiliency. So we need the tools to make those good decisions, and we know that technology is constantly evolving. Broadband obviously was an emerging technology a few years ago. It's now a legacy technology, and so we need those same kind of tools and information in order to be good purchasers of technology services.
Thanks, John. Lori?
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate this morning. My name is Lori Flaherty. I'm the coordinator of the National 911 program, which is housed within the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration at the Department of Transportation. We have three responsibilities in that program. One is to improve and increase the amount of collaboration among all of the stakeholders involved in providing 911 services. We also have a clearinghouse to provide information specifically on 911 technology and operations. And we also administer a grant program, which is for the 911 public safety answering points. In short, our job is to get 911 to the table every chance we get and to connect the dots between all of the players every chance we get. I think the reason for our participation here is obvious, and so I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lori. Roger?
Am I on? Yes, I am. My name is Roger Hickson. I'm the Technical Issues Director at the National Emergency Number Association. We're also concerned with our counterparts in the European Union, which is the European Emergency Number Association. So we're keeping track of not only what goes on here in North America, but also in the European Union as well. Our primary activity right now is the development of standards and procedures for next generation 911, which is the replacement eventually for what we have today as an enhanced 911 system. In both today's system and services for 911, as well as the future that's developing week by week and month by month at this point, the dependability of IP networks, both public and private managed IP networks that are used for the NG911 system as compared to analog networks used for E911 today. In all of those cases, we're very concerned about dependability, reliability, duplication, redundancy, etc., for the networks upon which these public service systems operate and run, as well as the same conditions or qualities for the originating service provider environment that calls come through to 911 for emergency requests for assistance, and also the delivery mechanism or networks that take those calls to the public safety answering points and other emergency services entities. So we have a long history of being concerned about these kinds of topics and how we deal with outages and the measuring of outage conditions. I guess that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Stacy?
Good morning. I'm Stacy Hartman with CenturyLink. I'll start by thanking you for the opportunity to be here today. CenturyLink certainly takes our collaborative efforts with the FCC very seriously, and we have a long history of working with the FCC and the industry in the realm of outage reporting, reliability, resiliency, and network management in general. I'm here today, obviously, to bring the service provider's perspective to outage reporting, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to discuss a little bit more in detail and collaborate as we move forward.
Thanks, Stacy. Mr. Fujita? I think you're on.
Good morning. My name is Masaru Fujino. Thank you for inviting me for the participation today here. I've been working for the Embassy of Japan for 3 years, and before that, I was working for the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications and dealing with the those kind of stuff. Network resiliency and the reliability is a very important issue in Japan too. Thank you very much.
Okay. Would you like to take a moment now to tell us a little bit about what's happening in Japan, and then we'll just roll into the panel.
In Japan, there have been both a mandatory outage reporting and a voluntary reporting made by the communication provider to Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And reflecting the increase of IP-based communications, the range of mandatory reporting was expanded in 2008. I will talk about this later. There are two types of mandatory report. They are immediate report and quarterly report. Both are required for all kinds of communication providers, including those providing traditional fixed telephone, cell phone, as well as internet access, VoIP, and others. There are some exceptions for the report requirements. For example, they do not have to report on minor accidents or additional services like call waiting service. Both of the immediate report and the quarterly report mandate for both of suspension of service and impaired quality of service that are caused by certain kinds of accidents. When we say suspension of service, complete suspension of the service is included, of course, and suspension of either transmission or reception alone is included as well. And for impaired quality, there are some criteria. For example, if loss of voice transmission is higher than 80%, that can be an impaired quality to be reported. Or if a delay of email is longer than 1 day within the coverage of the same provider network, it can be impaired quality too. We define several types of accidents and require an immediate report or quarterly report depending on which type of an accident occurred. If a severe accident defined in the Ministerial Ordinance of MIC occurs, communication service providers have to do an immediate report. That means they have to report the outlines of the accident immediately after the severe accident, and then more detail within 30 days after the accident. A severe accident which needs immediate report is an accident caused by malfunction of telecommunications facilities like transmission line or a switch, and affected 30,000 customers or more for 2 hours or longer. If the malfunction was occurred at important telecommunication facilities like satellite or submarine cable, the provider who establishes them have to report if it suspends all the communications for 2 hours or longer, no matter how many customers are affected. And if an accident affected 30,000 customers or more, but for just a short period, or it occurred for 2 hours or longer, but affected just a small number of customers, they don't need to do an immediate report, but have to do a quarterly report instead. They have to report to MIC within a period not exceeding 2 months after every quarter. In that case, they have to report even if it is not a matter of telecommunication facilities, but of some other facilities like system for making a contract with customers. In fiscal year 2010, there were 15 immediate reports in 1 year, while there were more than 48,000 quarter reports made in one same fiscal year. There have been 2 major changes which were enacted in 2008, reflecting the rapid increase of IP-based communications, including VoIP. We counted 26 million VoIP users in March 2011, where the number of traditional fixed phone subscribers was 40 million at the same time. And 18 million users out of all of 26 million VoIP users. They are more than 2/3 of for VoIP users are using high quality VoIP, which are required to have an emergency call function, something equivalent to American 911. The number of both VoIP users and high quality VoIP users with the emergency call function are increasing, while the number of users of a VoIP without an emergency call function requirement is decreasing in Japan. So what we are facing is our increasing dependency on VoIP and internet access as a communication tool and as a way for an emergency call. We modified the mandatory outage reporting system in 2 ways, reflecting that trend in 2007, enacted in April 2008. One of the 2 was the introduction of a reporting for impair of quality of services. Before then, only the suspension of service was considered as outage that needs reports to MIC. Impaired quality of service was added because they found that there are many delays rather than suspended service in IP-based services. But if it is considerably in delay, you will not understand anything you hear from the emergency call or fear from the VoIP. That is why. And the other modification enacted in 2008 was the introduction of a quarterly report for relatively minor accidents. The introduction was done because they saw there were many minor accidents which lead to severe accidents. We see the number of accidents is increasing as IP-based services getting popular. In fiscal year 2003, there were just 7 severe accidents in 1 year. But in fiscal year 2009, the number reached to the 18. We found many accidents on IP-based network from, for example, the thundering and the software malfunction, which are relatively few for traditional telephone network. So now we get information on that kind of minor accident from a quarterly report and publish data every 6 months for information sharing. There has been voluntary reporting too. The most notable one is reporting using what is called Emergency Information Gathering Network, operated by MIC for daily reports from major providers like NTT, KDDI, SoftBank, and eMobile after major disasters. The providers can input the data from anywhere through internet to MIC. MIC makes the outcome publicly available daily. We use a kind of unified format for the system, and the system itself is quite simple, but MIC and those major carriers are doing training for the operation of the system quarterly. This year, daily voluntary reports have been made after heavy snow in January, after the eruption of Mount Kirishima in February, and after the Great East Japan earthquake on March 11th. Because of these reporting after the earthquake, MIC could know that outage of broadband and telephone service were rather spreading a few days after the earthquake. We found that because the commercial electricity shortage was long and providers' batteries were becoming drained, the backup generators were running out of fuel. Because of that, MIC could ask another agency for natural resources energy through the Prime Minister's office to supply fuel to the service providers for the providers' own generators. And that supply was realized successfully. That was the outline of the mandatory report and the voluntary report. MIC gathered essential information by mandatory report, and a daily voluntary report is realized on the basis of the mandatory report. I have to admit that the a voluntary report might not be as overall or as precise as the mandatory report, but we can have the overview and the trend of outage after disasters. Now, let me tell you why these kinds of reports are very important. There are two merits. First, with the reported information, the government can take appropriate action when necessary. I'll give you an example of improvement made from the report. In 2008, one of the major carriers, SoftBank Mobile, reported MIC several severe accidents on transmissions for mobile phone equipment. The accident made outages on IP communications affecting 700,000 customers. From the reports from SoftBank Mobile, MIC found that backup facilities were not working at the accident. MIC asked the SoftBank to take appropriate measures to fix them immediately on May the 14th. And SoftBank took measures responding to MIC's action. That was one example of the actual improvement made from the report. Second merit of a report is that communication providers can share the information the government makes public. MIC published statistics of outages, including data on which facilities are damaged and why accidents happen twice a year, every 6 months. That should be helpful for the providers to take measures against future possible accidents. The data has already shown us that while the number of accidents caused by human mistake is not increasing, but those caused by software malfunction or by thunder are increasing with the spread of IP networks. The providers could not share those kind of data or analysis without the MIC's publication. But because of the reported information, they now share those valuable data and analysis. While they have benefits, demand reporting is not very costly. They often do the immediate report by a phone call or email in Japan. And they can use the very simplified formats for the quarterly report.
Mr. Fujino, I'm going to have to ask you to we don't have, we're running, so if you want to make a few remarks just to wind things down, then we will get on with the panel. Thank you.
For that merit, we have maintained those kind of the, both mandatory reports and the voluntary reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thanks all the panelists for coming today and being part of the workshop and this panel. We've heard from Mr. Fujino from Japan. We've heard from Mr. Jensen from the other side of the world about how things are done in different countries. All of you are familiar, at least in one form or another, with how we do these kinds of things here. And I'll do a 5-floor elevator talk on how we do it here, and then we'll jump in and talk about how we've done it here and how we are proposing to change it and get your ideas on that. So the 5-floor talk is what we do is a combination of voluntary best practices and rules for reporting that you're all familiar with. And we've done the rules for reporting certainly for the last 7 years, 6, 7 years, longer than that really, but we've gotten a lot more data in the last 6 or 7 years. I think it's true that in all of our interactions with communications providers, we are not putting ourselves in a position of telling carriers or communications providers how to run their business. We don't have rules on what best practices people should do, but we do have rules that require a certain degree of transparency about how communications networks are performing from a reliability perspective, and we use that data to work with carriers and others to improve service reliability for emergency services, for other services, for consumers or critical services. So let me ask you, in your opening remarks, a lot of you were talking about how vital communications have been to you, and so starting first with what I'll call legacy. I think it was you, John, that said, well, broadband is the new legacy, and I think there's truth in that. But thinking back to what we customarily call legacy communication services and the services over which we have rules today for reporting, to what extent and how do you rely on those services today? If you want to add anything to what you've already said, and then we'll talk about how our rules fit into that. John, you want to start?
Sure. I think probably start with the adage that you can't measure, you can't manage what you can't measure, and that becomes very important in the financial services industry, and that's why some of the outage reporting becomes very helpful as a tool for understanding and to compare different providers in terms of the service that they deliver. I think some of our experiences in financial services industry, because we're big proponents of best practices. I've worked on numerous best practices. My previous organization, BITS, was actually involved in NRIC, the predecessor to CISRIC, along with the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. And we think there's a lot of value in doing those best practices work. I think sometimes you run up against these points where the best practices can only go so far. And sometimes you do need some of those bright lines to say, these are requirements, these are things that we need to have in order to make this system work as efficiently as possible and to really let the marketplace be as efficient as possible. So I think one of the key concerns we've had is we need the information in order to be good consumers and to evaluate, and also to have some sort of baseline resiliency levels in order to provide the services that we're in the business to provide, and frankly are regulated to such an extent that we're required to provide in order to ensure that there's a flow of information and business operates as usual. So having those metrics, having that information becomes immensely valuable. I think one of the complaints you'll sometimes hear from my colleagues in the financial services industry is, particularly in the voice over IP and broadband, is oftentimes some of the providers do not provide information on outages, or there's a pretty significant delay in providing information on outages. So having some sort of requirements around what the reporting should be, what sort of format it should be in, I think would be helpful in terms of standardizing, particularly among the different telecommunication services that are now part of the fabric of our business and our communications networks.
Lori, Roger, anything from like a 911 or NG 911 front?
Well, when we talk about emergency communications, it is a system that has three major components. The first is public access. The second part of that is 911, and the third part are the first responders and their emergency communication systems. And unless you have that whole model covered, it doesn't work. They're all absolutely dependent upon each other. And so, again, going back to what you said, John, without knowing how to characterize how well each one of those is working, it's hard to know how well the system is working as a whole. And so the reporting piece becomes very important. There are models for that kind of reporting in other businesses as well. I mean, the auto industry, for example, the agency that I happen to work in as a part of has a reporting structure as well. It is a reporting structure that has requirements but has voluntary reporting from car dealerships, from auto owners, and all of that data together really creates a picture for how well any particular make or model is doing in terms of safety. And I think that analogy has merit in terms of its application to emergency communications. Without knowing how much of a problem it is, if it's a problem at all, it is really difficult to characterize the reliability of any of those major components.
Thanks, Lori.
I guess I'll just add one comment. Outages are obviously undesirable. From a 911 perspective, our objective is for everybody to have the opportunity and ability to call 911 and get through when they need to. The networks and the systems that provide that capability need to be as dependable as possible within reason. But the end result of an outage reporting process, to me, is its biggest value, I think, is to find ways to avoid reoccurrence of those outages and to try to minimize the number of outages that occur. For practical purposes, the type of outage reporting that's currently in place is based on how many lines or customers are affected for what period of time. Theoretically, of course, any customer being affected for any period of time is undesirable from an outage in regard to emergency services. So using good outage reporting information to analyze what caused it and how that can be avoided, not only in that particular locality or instance, but in general, is a desirable part of information being used to make the overall service better.
Stacey?
So I'll add to that from a service provider's perspective a little bit about our existing Part 4 rules today. I would say that across the board, providers today are doing a good job of reporting and complying with the rules as they're written. CenturyLink as well takes that very seriously, and to the point that was made earlier about being able to share information or have access to it, that information that we report today under the existing rules is considered confidential, and certainly the FCC aggregates it and on a quarterly basis meets with the industry, the Network Reliability Steering Committee. We review the information. As well, they bring in issues and or concerns that the industry as a whole looks at and determines kind of where to move forward with. So I think that's another good example, if you will, of a collaborative effort that's really served us well over the years. I think that we've gotten very comfortable working together and resolving issues. And I imagine as we move forward into the extension of Part 4, that type of model will continue. So some of those aspects are key to understand. I know as well with some of the issues around next-gen 911 and 911 in general, we certainly already have some obligations there that are being reported on. And across the board, again, from at least CenturyLink's perspective, I think we're doing a very good job of reporting and maintaining that. So.
Mr. Vicino, anything to add? I think you covered a lot of this in your earlier remarks in terms of your views on what's happening in Japan.
To have a precise information and quickly is very essential for the both government and the provider and the public, of course, for the countermeasures, for countermeasures, and we are more and more dependent on the IP networks, both for the those kind of public communication and for the emergency call. So it's quite essential for in Japan. It's quite essential for us too to get the information on the IP networks. So yeah.
Yeah. So there seems to be at least some level of, I want to use the word agreement, but I think that might be too strong a word. At least, I don't know if everybody would agree, but at least acceptance that there's some merit to doing what is done today here, to gathering this information and using it the way we use it, It could be made better, I'm sure, as everything can. And we're always open to making it better, and we are trying to make it better now. But let me ask this: is there any, the communications infrastructure is changing under our feet, and John, you made the point earlier, and what we call broadband is now in use by people across the country for basic services, emergency services. So. It's no longer sort of next gen; it's current gen, my question then is now, to the extent that we have a technology that is no longer nascent and it's critical to communicate emergency communications, financial transactions, communications in critical sectors like yours, John, why shouldn't, in your opinion, why shouldn't we be doing the same kinds of things for broadband services and technologies that we do today for previous generation technologies?
I mean, honestly, I can't really think of a good reason why we wouldn't. I think the point that Lori made in terms of understanding the interconnections and the interdependencies of some of these different networks and the technologies that go with them, the applications that we're using, in addition to, at least in the financial services industry, we have to follow our customers, you know, in terms of where they're going, how they're accessing, how they're using, you know, the services that we provide. And so having a sense for how the pieces interconnect and where there are interdependencies and vulnerabilities, outages being one of the important metrics to monitor, I really can't see a strong reason why you would want to have different standards around, you know, broadband than you would from the traditional telecommunication services. And I think it's more to a point, I think we need to be constantly thinking about how technology is going to continuously evolve. And we really need to be in the mode of thinking about continuous improvement. How do we strengthen the networks? In addition to, you know, improving the efficiency and lowering the costs and all those sorts of things, which has really been a major driver in terms of the expansion of telecommunications in the broadband space. But we also need to think about, you know, are we looking at the fundamentals in terms of having reliability of service, having resiliency in those services, and particularly in my sector, that's critically important, both to be in the business, but also to be heavily regulated and to meet those different government mandates.
Thanks, John. What do others think?
I understand that the industry has a vested interest in providing reliable services. And I guess the piece that reporting adds is a broader picture. Going back to the analogy that I used before, it is much easier to determine whether or not there is a problem at all or how large the problem is if you are gathering information from a number of, in this case, service providers, and in the analogy that I used, auto manufacturers. Without gathering information from each and all, it is difficult to figure out how, you know, whether or not there is a problem at all or how much of a problem you're actually dealing with. Going back to what John said, you know, and in terms of managing those things, it's really difficult to figure out how to manage what you can't measure. So from the FCC's perspective, in terms of the statutory requirement to ensure 911 services, I don't know how you do that without being able to figure out that larger picture.
And thinking about it, maybe if you and Roger can think about this in the context of NG 911. And so while today we have pretty good visibility about 911 services provided over traditional communications networks, as we migrate to NG 911, that's all mixed in with this, and our visibility there is part of the question. So what are your thoughts on the importance of applying the kinds of methods that we've used in the past to get the same kind of visibility about 911 services provided over broadband networks?
I think the methods currently in use serve as a starting point for a model, but don't necessarily 100% translate to the new network environment for a couple of reasons. One, economic pressures and the ability of IP networks to support multiple applications and so on tends to concentrate critical services into networks where they may have been distributed before. So where you have IP networks, whether they're public internet approaches or private managed IP networks, which is what NG 911 and public services utilizes, There's a need to look carefully, I think, at the characteristics of those networks and what they support, how they support them, and to use that as a base to consider what different kinds of reporting might be needed in the new IP environment as compared to today. One characteristic here is that the Engine 911 design that Nina has put forth is based on objectives set 10 years ago that include the ability for public safety authorities, hopefully regional or state level as compared to individual county, provides the ability for them to set up their own private IP managed network, use that for not only Engine 911 but for IP-based radio, poison control, various other emergency services processes and applications, and to do that on a single network. Now that network, by its very design in terms of IP, has a lot of diversity and resiliency aspects to it and so on. But I guess my point is that we're tending toward a situation where multiple critical services and support are going to be concentrated on specific IP networks. And that may affect what should be reported and how it gets reported, because for those areas, which will be the minority, I think, but still there will be some, those areas where 911 authorities actually buy and build, operate, and manage and troubleshoot their own Engine 911 systems and emergency services networks, that's a trouble reporting point that has not necessarily been involved in the past because it's been carrier services oriented. So now you have private systems, if you will, that are very critical and have to be dealt with.
Okay, so that's, I hadn't thought about it quite from that point. It's almost like today's LMR networks. Are you describing networks, 911 networks in that fashion, in a way that you've got privately administered, provisioned, for some reason the name is escaping now, but the name of the network, the local network that is used to interconnect the PSAPs in an area. So, okay, that's a good point, right?
You'll have certified carriers that are providing Engine 911 systems that have the reporting connections already there, so to speak. You'll have vendors who are operating them for public safety authorities, and in some cases you'll have public safety authorities that are doing it themselves. So you have three different types of general points where outage reporting would need to be dealt with.
Yeah, that's a good perspective. Thanks. Stacy, I'll give you an option.
Sure.
Okay.
No, I actually had a couple things just to jump on. Along with what Mr. Hickson was just saying, there certainly is an underlying difference between the legacy PSTN network and IP networks. And that has to be taken into consideration as we move forward with looking at broadband outage reporting and interconnected VoIP and so on and so forth. From CenturyLink's perspective, we don't believe that it's the right thing to do to apply the existing Part 4 rules exactly over to the IP networks. And then we have to look at some of these fundamental differences as we move forward in doing that. As well, the NPRM as it's written today has some issues around the performance metrics being included, and we don't believe that the performance metrics should be utilized as a base for broadband or VoIP outage reporting. And that really what we need to be focusing on is the loss of complete services or connectivity as we're looking at this moving forward.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you wanted to comment on either instead of or in addition to the original question, which was why shouldn't it be done? The other question is, if it were done, what should be done differently? In other words, what can be done to reduce the burden? What can be done to make the proposal more tolerable? And so that's a question. And you were answering that. Do you have anything else to add?
Well, there are a couple things that I didn't already mention. The first thing as we move forward that I would recommend is that the Commission continue to work with not only CenturyLink but the industry to talk about what the appropriate thresholds, criteria, timeframes for reporting are. I think we have a pretty good and solid foundation when we went through the development of the disaster information reporting system of, a good collaborative effort to get us to a place where at the end of the day when the system was rolled out, we were all ready to go and everybody was on board with how to actually report. And it's been a really good, I think, reporting mechanism, and at least the process to get there should be utilized again. As well, from CenturyLink's perspective, it would be beneficial in addition to that industry kind of collaborative effort to develop a voluntary type of reporting mechanism that essentially could be put in place for a 12 to 24 month reporting period of some sort so that we can work out the bugs and figure out what's working and what's not, and then see whether or not the data justifies essentially moving forward with something that's more mandatory in this realm. So.
I think what would be immensely helpful as you go through that, because I think, trying to impose an existing standard on kind of a new technology obviously has a lot of challenges and kinks and things that you need to work through. One of the things I would strongly encourage both the FCC as well as the industry is to keep in mind your customers in terms of how are they going to use this information, how can it help achieve the ultimate goal, at least from what I see, is greater resiliency, understanding what the quality of service that you purchased, what are the capability of the services during periods of stress or crises or events of that sort, so that consumers, and when I'm talking about here, I'm talking about large corporate customers, can be better buyers and know what they're getting for for the service, and that we can achieve these public policy goals of having some diversity and resiliency in the networks, as opposed to just a lot of inexpensive service that during times of crisis may not be there when we need it.
Okay, so when we talk about the fact, and I agree with you, that taking the very same approach and the same methods and the same metrics and thresholds, I mean, if you want to get down into that level, that we use today for communications technologies of the past and applying that straight, directly to tomorrow's technologies and systems would be, that wouldn't be the right thing to do. We propose something different, which takes into account how technologies have changed now, that may or may not be what we end up with, but it's what's been proposed. So, one of the questions that comes, and actually this is something that we're going to get into in quite a bit of depth in the second panel. I think Stacy, you'll be on that panel as well. So I don't want to probe into that too much here, but I do want to ask about the question of a voluntary approach to doing this, because it tends to come up a lot, is whenever we ask about reporting and should we extend the reporting rules that we have, folks will say, well, why not do it on a voluntary basis? And I guess my answer is always, we did try that once, right? And back before we did the original rules in Part 4 today, we did that back in 2003, 2004 as part of it was an NRIC then, the Network Reliability and Interoperability Council, and it didn't work out so well. There were a lot of gaps in reporting, and so we concluded that it just wasn't viable. Now, Stacy, I don't know if you're suggesting that we just opt for an approach like that wholesale. It sounds like what you're suggesting, try it out for a while, but would you say that the try it out for a while should have a definite end date, and then we roll into something that's more deliberate and more affirmative?
That's a good question. And first, before I answer that specific question, I'll back up and say, today we have in place the Disaster Information Reporting System, which, for those that aren't familiar, is a voluntary reporting system that was developed in collaboration with the industry. And I think you and I would both agree that it's been a very successful program and that carriers are across the board using it as we should. Granted, I know it's for disaster situations, which is a little different than the day-to-day reporting. I understand that. But I think as well we've gotten over the last 5 years to a point where service providers, and CenturyLink is one of them, are more in tune with and willing to go down that road and report and do it, well, every day where we need to. But part of that gets back to the point of giving us an opportunity to work with you up front so that we can make sure what you're asking for we can provide, and if we need to do a little bit more looking, you know, that we get to an end point where we're all comfortable and we can provide you what you need and what we can get to you without reinventing the wheel, if you will. To your question about what the suggestion about voluntary reporting is, and it's something along the lines of, let's work together and figure out what metrics, thresholds, timeframes are going to work to get you what the information the commission needs, and again, for the service providers to be able to go back and say, this is what we're doing today, and this is what we can provide to you via some sort of electronic reporting mechanism similar to NORA's today, that we try out. You know, we know, for instance, with existing Part 4 outage reporting, there are some criteria in there that are probably more helpful to you as far as public safety and protecting our nation versus maybe a single DS3 outage that lasts 22.5 hours. Is that as high on your radar? And could it, you know, we want to make sure to get between here and there with you so that you're getting what you need and we're providing what we have. And then the 12 to 24 month period gives us some flexibility to say, okay, this is the criteria, timeframes, and threshold we believe are acceptable. Let's put these in place through this voluntary reporting, you know, electronic system. Do it and see, does the data actually support the need for moving forward with something that's more mandatory, or does it not require mandatory rules of some form or fashion? Is it something that can be handled and that the industry responds well to in a voluntary fashion, and we could move forward with that? That's my suggestion.
Question. Just in terms of a voluntary system, and again, going to looking at other models, who would you envision being part of that voluntary system? Again, going back to sort of, you know, the auto manufacturing model, there is a voluntary reporting system there. It also includes consumers. It includes interim agents, if you will, in terms of the dealerships. So who would you envision being part of that voluntary exercise? Would it be all of the above, or would it just be some of them?
From my personal perspective, I think it would fall to the same subset of folks that are reporting via Part 4 today: wireless, satellite, wireline. There's a gamut covered under the Part 4. I would imagine it would be that same subset.
So the service providers.
Okay. All right. We have just a few minutes before I want to start taking questions. We're supposed to be ending at 1/4 after, and we're going to go a little longer than that because we got off to a little bit of a late start. So, and that's okay. Let me ask from John and Lori and Roger, from your point of view, what are and you know, others, you know, I'm thinking, what are the kinds of things that you're representing? Important sectors, you know, public safety and financial community. You know, what would be important things for us to know about as far as outages are concerned in broadband networks and services that you use today or you rely on today? What should we care about?
We certainly do. You know, I think, I don't want to repeat myself, but just having kind of core information to make good decisions, both in terms of being a prospective buyer as well as to be a consumer of service and understand how these systems operate and where their vulnerabilities are. Oftentimes that's something that is learned as a result of having, you know, experience with the provider and really looked at from a risk management perspective, as opposed to having all that information up front before you purchase the service. So I think ultimately that's what I'd like to see it go, is to have the type of information for the private sector to be informed consumers before they purchase. So that would drive the market towards those that hopefully have higher, you know, reliability. But I also, given the complexity of these systems, having that information to help with the risk management process and the ongoing risk management process is immensely helpful. And those metrics get built into, you know, how large organizations manage their telecommunications networks and work with their business units to deliver, you know, the level of service that they need or what's required by regulatory requirements. So that's kind of the broad, kind of higher level, concern that certainly I have and would like to see with this. Clearly, there's a lot of details that I'm not knowledgeable enough in terms of the intricacies of the different rules and how it applies, and that's where you really need the technicians and the engineers and the legal people to figure that out.
Right.
I don't think I'm going to tell you anything you don't already know, but we're really just at the beginning of NG 911 in terms of its implementation. And so it will only get more complex as we move forward. It's a much more complicated system than what we started with when that first call was made in 1968. That being said, I like Stacy's idea of pulling stakeholders together from both sides to talk about the process that would be used. Perhaps not only the process, but the metrics. There's sort of a natural push and pull that happens between public safety and service providers that may end up in a really healthy result in terms of the reporting requirements. So those two things.
Can I jump back in?
Yeah.
It reminds me, I think some of the models that I've seen have either worked well, did not work well, is if the government could step in terms of providing the forum to bring the different parties together to try to problem solve these types of situations with a sustained effort. There was an exercise that we did back in 2003, which we worked with the National Communication System, which at that time was part of Defense Department and was transitioning over to Homeland Security Department. Working with the National Coordinating Center, which is all the telecom providers that collaborate together. And it's a real successful model of certainly around how to respond to disasters. And we worked in partnership with a lot of the large financial institutions and actually did a very innovative mapping of the circuits that were telecom service priority circuits, TSP circuits, in a particular city to see where there were potential vulnerabilities in the way the circuits were mapped, and the way the telecom providers groomed those circuits. And we found a number of issues that were then dealt with at an individual level with each telecom provider and each financial institution. But my point of my story is that took a tremendous amount of effort, and it was all gratis, both in the telecom side and the financial side. And it really only would be possible with the support of the National Communications System staff to keep that process going. So that's one model where you can bring the parties together. The other model, which works, but we all hate, is the one where it's voluntary because you have this threat of some sort of mandate, either a regulation or a law, that really drives the action of the different parties to come together and really solve a problem within a certain period of time. Either one of them work. Certainly, people feel more comfortable collaborating, but there has to be, support from the parties because it does involve significant, cost, time, energy for the different parties, and you've got to get that level of support at the top from the companies, on all the different sides, as well as from the government. And those are in this budget, constrained environment. That's really hard on all sides, public as well as private.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to add anything?
I think maybe just one comment back to that. At least from CenturyLink's perspective, I think we would rather do the work up front to get that taken care of than after the fact of being mandated to do so.
So would we. Yeah.
One minor, maybe potentially very meaningful point. At least from a NG 911 perspective, since it uses IP networking, obviously, and it's software oriented, not discrete components anymore, as E91 was. The system itself is going to be able to pattern, recognize, report on both suspected and real problem conditions, if you will. And you can write a report generator to do practically anything you want to in terms of having available data to roll up. And that's going to be possible in the future, not only in the individual in the Engine 911 system case, hopefully a multi-county, regional, or state level type of thing for lots of reasons. But it's also going to be able to send reports to emergency operations centers, local, state, federal, or various other types of federal entities, FEMA, Homeland Security, and so on. It has the opportunity to do that. It can do it. Whether it gets done or not is a political curiosity question, conceivably. But my point is that it's not necessarily dependent upon the traditional points of information. The system will be able to sense its own issues and report on them independently of a baseline transport provider, for instance. So whether that gets utilized or not for anything other than aggressive service management, such as outage reporting and other types of issues and patterning of emergency cases and things of that nature, is dependent upon what we all decide to do. But the concept there is that there are new opportunities to measure and report on things that haven't existed in the past that may come into play.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you all. What I want to do right now is turn this over to questions, both from the floor, also from, we don't have anything from the internet? Okay. So you all will have to be very full of questions today. And I'll ask that anybody has a question, please come up to one of the mics. There's one here and one here. Give us your name and who you're here with, and speak into the mic so that, because this is all being recorded. If you don't have questions, I do.
Okay, we're back on schedule.
Yeah, I know. Harold?
Thanks, Jeff. Harold Salters, T-Mobile. I've got a question for Peter Carlson for the Financial Sector Coordinating Committee. Peter, how do your members use the SLA process to get the kind of resiliency and network specifics that your members are looking for?
Yeah, I don't know all the details on that. My knowledge is really dated from a few years ago when we were looking at kind of diversity assurance. So I don't have specifics in terms of the broadband applications today. But back then, basically, they couldn't get the assurances that they were looking for because it was something that the telecom providers couldn't necessarily provide in terms of. Yes.
John's talking about ensuring physical layer routing, circuit routing at the physical layer, not at the link layer, but at the physical layer, and physical layer diversity, and ensuring that circuits that are provisioned with diversity don't get groomed in a way that causes them to lose their diversity. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, and so my point is, there's not a lot of good data that's out there that you can rely upon to make these kinds of decisions. You get some of it in the sales pitch when you're getting the purchase of it, but oftentimes some of the information coming back is not what people want in the end.
Does the financial sector get this information from the FCC now? Because, I mean, my understanding is it's given under confidentiality. So, where, in other words, you're looking for the publication of that data.
Well, again, some of the intricacies I'm not, fully aware of, but the challenge here is making sure your information is available either on a confidential basis to a company that has a contract with the service. But I'm really talking about how do you make consumers, in this case large corporate customers, better informed at the purchasing stage when they buy the service, understanding what the reliability, the diversity capabilities of the service is.
Anybody else? Okay. Thanks, Harold. Any other questions? All right, I'm not going to, I had a couple more questions, but they're more specific to, specific panelists, so I'm not going to go there. But I do want to thank you all for coming. It's kind of, I don't know what it's like out now, but it's been miserable out for the last few days, so anybody having to fly in here, it was a hurdle. and anybody having to drive in here this morning, it was probably not easy either. So thank you all. We appreciate you coming. Hopefully you'll stay and for the rest of the workshop. And with that, I'll close out this panel. We will then very shortly, what do we have, a 15-minute break now? So we'll have a 15-minute break now after this panel, then we'll go on with the second panel this morning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. If I could go ahead and get the panel 2 members to come up and take their seats. While they were doing that, I'm Vern Mosley. I'm a senior engineer here at the FCC. What we're going to do with this panel 2 is we're going to talk about metrics and thresholds, basically the triggers for the outage reporting for interconnected VoIP and broadband ISPs. So this morning you heard from the first panel talking about the benefits of reporting, and I'm going to talk specifically about how would you trigger that reporting for broadband ISPs as well as interconnected VoIP. So, okay, so we have all the panelists. Maybe Robert? Okay, thanks. So the format that I'm going to follow for this panel is I'm going to briefly introduce everyone. We're going to allow the panelists an opportunity to make some opening remarks. Then we're going to have an interactive discussion. We are going to take a pause around 12:30. We're going to have the chairman come in and give some remarks. And then we're going to continue our discussion. And if time permits in the end, we're going to allow some Q&A from the audience as well as from our viewers through WebEx as well as from the FCC Live. Let me give you that email address if you do have questions and you're watching this remotely. To email your questions, you email them to livequestions@fcc.gov. livequestions@fcc.gov. So with that, let me go ahead and introduce our panelists here. First, we have Mark Adams from Cox Communications. Then we have Stacy Hartman. She's with CenturyLink. Then we have Robert Condilis from Computer Sciences Corporation. Michael Marinick with Vonage. Scott Robon, representing the Telecommunications Industry Association. And Mike Raleigh from State of New York, Department of Public Service. So we're going to go now to some opening remarks. First, I'm going to start with Mark. Mark, he's the Executive Director for Technology Operations at Cox Communications, where he leads the Corporate Technology Operations Support Group responsible for the quality, reliability, regulatory, and operational support systems, as well as application development. So please welcome Mark.
Great, thank you. Good morning. First off, I'd like to thank the Commission for inviting us to participate in these proceedings today. As an intro, I'd like to give a brief introduction of Cox Communications. We're the third largest cable multi-service provider in the United States. We have approximately 6 million customers where we provide voice, video, data, internet, and wireless services. We're actually the 7th largest telephone provider in the U.S. with about 3 million subscribers. On the broadband side, we have about 4 million internet service, high-speed internet service customers, and we interconnect in our markets with a broadband backbone that we own and operate. We're highly committed to reliability. In the absence of regulation, over the last 15 years, we've invested billions of dollars on our infrastructure to make sure that we're delivering the most reliable service to our customers. We're particularly proud of the multiple service awards that we continually receive from entities like J.D. Powers and PC Magazine on the reliability, performance, and customer satisfaction of our services. While we're committed to reliability, we do have some concerns that some elements of the proposed rulings are excessive versus cost versus value and will not facilitate reliability improvement, which Cox is very keen on doing. So in the interest of time, I'll hold there, and as we get into the questions, we can elaborate on those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we're going to have Stacy Hartman. Stacy, she's the Director for Federal Public Policy at CenturyLink, where she's the subject matter expert for federal and state regulatory reporting requirements in connection with CenturyLink network service outages. So, welcome, Stacy.
Thank you, Vern. As I mentioned during the last panel, and thanks for having me back for a second one, CenturyLink is committed to collaborative work efforts and really appreciates the opportunity to be here today to talk with the Commission as well as the rest of the industry about these service outage issues, in particular to interconnected VoIP and broadband outage reporting. We do not believe that Part 4 outage reporting should be extended to interconnected VoIP service providers or broadband ISPs. Interconnected VoIP service providers and broadband ISPs have market-based incentives that drive them to provide their customers with the most reliable services possible. Further, they continue to diligently work to develop, update, and implement best practices that are integral to continuously improving the reliability of our services. Mandatory outage reporting for interconnected VoIP service providers and broadband ISPs is unnecessary, and the associated costs and burdens for the service providers are not justified by the limited benefits that may accrue. If we were to move forward with some sort of reporting program for interconnected VoIP and broadband ISPs, as I mentioned during the last panel, it should be a voluntary reporting program that's put in place that's developed not only with CenturyLink but with the industry as a whole. Any mandatory outage reporting program that is adopted for interconnected VoIP service providers and broadband ISPs should define an outage to be the complete loss of service or connectivity. Defining an outage on the basis of performance metrics goes beyond what is necessary if the Commission's objective of ensuring reliable interconnected VoIP subscriber access to 911 service. Any outage data that is submitted to the Commission should maintain its confidentiality as exists under the existing Part 4 rules today. As well, we will continue to work and collaborate with the industry in any effort to do so.
Next, we have Robert Condolis. Robert, he's a cloud strategist with Computer Sciences Corporation, where he focuses on strategy for private cloud services and is an active contributor to the National Security Telecommunications Advisory Committee Cloud Computing Workshop, defining the national security and emergency preparedness as it relates to the cloud. Please welcome Robert.
Thanks, Vern. Appreciate it. From CSE's perspective, the reason why we are here today and participating in this panel is that since the GETS WPS program inception, which is now known as Priority Telecommunications Services, we have been concerned with reliability and ensuring resiliency as we see a tectonic shift of moving from the PSTN to broadband communication. So, our participation in this panel is primarily of interest to make sure that the PTS program continues on and ensures that the reliability of the communications for NSEP continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Mike Marinick. Mike, he's a Senior Director of Network Operations at Vonage, where he oversees all incident, problem, and change management activities across the call processing, database, and web application environments, the network infrastructure, and data center facilities. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks, Vern. First of all, I'd like, on behalf of Vonage, to thank the Commission for allowing us the opportunity to participate in the rulemaking process. And secondly, I'd like to take a minute and summarize the Vonage perspective on the actual rulemaking. So, although outage reporting makes sense for traditional wireline services, it's our opinion that it's unnecessary for interconnected VoIP providers such as Vonage, due to the extreme competitive nature of our industry that allows customers to change providers in a matter of a few point and clicks for poor performance and the rapid advances of voice over IP voice quality technology. Interconnected VoIP providers are highly incented to design and deliver the best quality, reliable networks that they can deploy to gain market share and minimize churn, while at the same time minimizing their exposure to outages that routinely affect traditional wireline services. However, should the Commission still feel necessary to proceed down the path of interconnected VoIP provider outage reporting, it's also our opinion that that reporting should be based on the customer's loss of communication services and ability to make or receive phone calls, and not based on quality of service measures or thresholds. The ability, methods, procedures of interconnected VoIP providers to capture, calculate, and report quality of service data today is inconsistent and not standardized across the industry. And that rapid advances in the voice quality processing technology that smooths over potential call quality imperfections at the customer side would quickly make obsolete any thresholds written into outage reporting criteria. So in closing, Vonage recognizes the Commission's commitment to monitoring the reliability and resiliency of our nation's communications infrastructure, but feels as though extending outage reporting to interconnected VoIP providers would not further this initiative, but rather consume valuable resources on either side, force inconsistent or inaccurate reporting from providers, impose unnecessary burden on cost on the providers, and possibly sow customer confusion on the benefits and reliability of interconnected VoIP services. However, again, should the Commission impose outage reporting requirements on interconnected VoIP providers, then it should be tailored to the customer's loss of communications and ability to not make a phone call.
Next, we're going to have Scott Robon. Scott, he's the Director for the Americas Technology and Solutions Organization at Juniper Networks, where his team provides expertise to Juniper's customers and partners on a wide variety of issues, including IP and MPLS, network architecture, technology, security, and software. Scott's representing the Telecommunications Industry Association on the panel today. So welcome, Scott.
Thanks for the invitation to be here. It's a privilege to be here on behalf of TIA. TIA is an organization with over 500 members that provide network communications equipment and integration services to many of the members of the panel here and folks in the audience today. I'm here primarily with my technologist hat on today. I don't have an official position on some of the specifics we're talking about, but I can help provide insight into the how some things can be measured, what levels of effort are required, and how the how should impact the why and the what. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll have some good discussion.
Okay, great. And last but not least, here we have Michael Rowley. Michael is the Interim Chief for Network Reliability at the New York State Department of Public Service, where his work includes network outage response and analysis, emergency plan and continuity of operations management, field inspection and safety code enforcement, underground facility protection, support of public safety and emergency communications, and participation in federal and state proceedings dealing with network reliability. So, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you, Vern, and the FCC for inviting me to this very important and somewhat timely workshop. As many of you know, the state of New York and other northeastern states have been, over the last 12 days, dealing with a major catastrophe, and we've been, facilitating efforts with the federal government, FEMA, the FCC, some of the local and regional emergency response units, and our role there is facilitating some of the interactions between the traditional telephone companies, the cable companies, the cellular companies, to get services to the people and the support service agencies that need it at this time. And I think a lot of the cooperation that we're seeing and the good work that's being done, at least from our perspective and the ability for us to lend a hand, it comes from our outage reporting program. We, several years ago, invited the cellular and IP companies to come and, participate in our program. We've built relationships with them. We do get, great reporting in times of need. We would like that to continue, obviously. But I think as far as metrics go, there is a value to measuring the performance of these systems. And again, our primary focus is supporting the emergency communities. And that is, I think I could agree with a lot that was said, that they need to be customer-centric. The difficulty we have is that, you know, the people we support are on the lower geographic, relevance, and it's sometimes hard for, these, what we call the newer telephone companies to respond to us and to build systems to do that, and we recognize that. We have put in comments in other proceedings here at the FCC to get access to NORS data. We think that can be done, in a confidential and protected way, so that, the states and other entities can, get some of the real value of metrics and analysis that's done. So we obviously support the IP networks and wireless, the application of the Part 4 rules to those entities.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, thanks, Mike. I think you can see from our panelists that we have here, we have a diverse group. So we have carriers represented, service providers, we have integrators, we also have technologists and also end users and folks that have experience at the state level with outage reporting. So again, thank you, panelists. If we can have the first slide up for panel 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk briefly about 4 different topics that we're going to cover within this panel. We're going to talk about the definition of an outage, and then we're going to drill deep on metrics. Okay, what does it mean? What are the characteristics associated with interconnected VoIP and broadband ISP outages? And then we're going to talk specifically about the values, or what we call thresholds, associated with those metrics. And then if time allows, we're going to talk about how do you count users in terms of interconnected VoIP and broadband ISPs that would be affected by a potential outage. So we're going to try to cover those 4 topics during this discussion. The first one here is the definition of an outage. So you can see there on the screen what it involves. And what I'd like to ask the panelists there is this current definition of an outage sufficient to define an interconnected VoIP or broadband ISP outage? Is this definition sufficient? This is what we use today.
I would say that over the past 7 years, obviously we've used this definition on the wireline reporting, and it's worked out well. I don't see any issues with that. I mean, if we wanted to get more prescriptive, we could refine that to say, is it on or off? But in some cases, there is a gray area on what constitutes the ability of the service customer, the end user, to actually use that service, right? So I like the definition as it is today, that it gives us the latitude, and we always do gravitate towards, what is the customer saying as our real determining factor on how we should measure that. So I think it works well, and I would recommend that we could stay with that.
Okay. Any other?
Certainly, I'll jump in real quick, and I'll kind of tail and support what Mark just shared. I think for those of us that are familiar with outage reporting, we probably repeat that definition in our sleep at night. We might have nightmares of it, for that matter. And for the most part, I would say that it is sufficient for moving forward, with a couple of caveats, that it not be expanded in any form or fashion to include performance-based metrics to define an outage or triggering an outage report. As well, we would recommend that any outage in this realm be limited to complete loss of service or connectivity.
Vern, I just had one comment that in the definition as it's stated, it looks like it's targeting a specific communication provider, where with IP-based communications, it's more of a collective offering, and that as it traverses multiple carriers' networks or multiple providers' networks, that we really need to encompass that in the definition.
Any other thoughts on the definition for a service outage? Yes.
Yeah, as I stated earlier, I think we are, we lean towards more the customer-centric, to the extent it can be defined. Is it on, is it off? Obviously, degradation of service is an issue for wireless communications, and so while we do focus more on the customer-centric complete outage, degradation of services is I think a valuable metric, and what we see a lot of times it's hard to define a facility. For instance, in a wireless network, if a facility goes down, what's the impact on customers? And that's important, at least at our level, to understand that's going on. The other stuff, jitter, I know we're going to get into that, and some of the other degradation metrics are less important to us. But I'm sure that we're confident that the providers are measuring that on their own, and in their NOCs, and looking to see if there are trends in that may indicate a systemic problem.
Well, it seems like we've had a couple opinions in terms of including performance measures or quality of service measures in there, as opposed to just straight out binary, is the communications facility up or down, in order to determine whether or not there's an outage. If you can put the slide back up that defines the outage. There, I'd like to drill a little bit deeper on service degradation and try to understand, is there a way that we can characterize service degradation? And let me just give you an opinion that I have and see whether or not you agree with that. I think broadband networks may be a little bit more resilient to service degradation, meaning that the service could degrade to a point that even though there's not a failure, the information flow between a user and potentially a 911 operator may be such that it may not be intelligible. So help me understand what your thoughts are in terms of service degradation, and is there a way that we could characterize a broadband service degradation? Any thoughts on that?
Can I ask a clarification?
Sure.
So, pardon my lack of extensive familiarity with what's reported today. Is service degradation reported today as well?
So it's a triggering event.
Okay. I would think, to the previous question and to this, we're going to be in an environment for some time where you'll have some wireline users and some next-gen technology users, and you'd want metrics that enable consistency and comparison across the technologies. In a sense, you care about the service that's delivered, not how it's delivered.
So I think from an over-the-top VoIP provider perspective, there's a lot of different channels that an end user can take to get onto our network and then off our network. So what I mean by that is I don't think, from my perspective anyway, that there is a single measure or set of measures that can quantify, like there's no silver bullet to kind of quantify what a quality of service measure should be for service degradation, right? You have cable modem providers out there, we have DSL, we have satellite communications. They all have different inherent challenges to getting onto our network to process a phone call. So I don't know if there's something, I don't think there's anything there, no silver bullet there that we can just track and report on.
And maybe you could help the audience. The term over-the-top service provider, maybe if you could just take a second or two to explain what that means in terms of being an over-the-top provider.
Essentially today, to become a Vonage customer, you need to get your own broadband connectivity, right? We're not a broadband service provider per se. So in your geographic region, you would select a broadband service provider of your choosing, and then you would sign up for Vonage service, right? And we would provide you a phone adapter, and your service would essentially ride on top of one of our partner carriers eventually, right? After it comes in to their network routers.
Okay, so thanks for the clarification. So also to weigh on the other points, we would agree that performance indicators like packet loss, latency, and jitter are not good indicators for indicating is the service available to the end user or not, right? There, for various reasons, we quoted differences in technology. You talked about redundancy and resiliency, right? We can generally route around those types of things. So for those reasons, we don't believe that's a good criteria. We would stick with is it on or off, right? Is the user available and has the capability to use that service?
So the difficulty, I think, lies in the degradation itself. and what the user is experiencing. So in the case, the example that I used where a caller is calling into a 911 operator, and maybe there's some service degradation such that the 911 operator may not be able to understand what the caller is saying. Since that's a service degradation, the line is still available, or essentially the session is still available in an IP environment. Would you consider that to be an outage?
Yeah, if you go back to the current definition, a significant degradation, and I'll Stacy weigh in, you know, we always gravitate towards what is the customer experiencing, right? So typically, you know, we'll get calls and you know, there's this gray area, is it usable or not usable? We'll always gravitate towards it. If the customer says it's not usable, and we'll treat it as an outage. I mean,
Okay.
they both get treated with high priority, but we always go towards the customer's definition.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Well, just to compare the way we would see it in a traditional telephone network, yes, if the 911 center is not getting or doesn't understand calls, you know, we would certainly consider that an outage. Now, you know, individual calls, you know, we don't want to get down into that granularity, but if the degradation is affecting calls in a geographic relevant area, certainly if they're affecting 911 calls, you know, we'd like to hear about that. You know, again, I think the companies have very sophisticated NOCs. You know, if that is occurring, we're assuming that, you know, they're getting hit with customer complaints or customer notifications about the degradation. And in a traditional network, you know, there's certain algorithms or, you know, thresholds, you know, 25 calls per area or 100 calls per area. You know, that I think the companies can design and engineer that into their systems and be able to report on that, you know, in a geographic area that that is relevant to the you know, community, the emergency response community.
Okay. Sure.
Something that I just want to point out, that service degradation and generally useful availability in general are really not objective standards, which is where we struggle. At the end of the day, service degradation and generally useful availability vary by individual and who's actually trying to access what. If I'm, as a user, trying to access email or load a web page, that service level, if you will, is a little bit different than, say, I'm trying to do a video or chat or an online game or something to that extent. So again, it's really comes down to the user and what my specific definitions are. And that's another reason why, from our CenturyLink standpoint, we don't believe that we should go down the path of utilizing metrics as a threshold in that form or fashion.
Yeah, so, and to add on to that, your example does fit the criteria of a service degradation, but to Stacy's point and to Mark's point, it's a subjective measure that we're looking at. There's nothing definitive that's going to say it's an outage.
So what are the objective standards then? Can you name a few or give me a few examples of maybe what you're talking about, since you're saying that these may be subjective, quality of service, performance, metrics. What are some objective measures?
I would say just customer's inability to make or receive a phone call or an emergency 911 type call, right? Essentially, figuring out a way to best measure and categorize that, the inability to make or receive calls. Lots of physical infrastructure, power, fiber, things of that nature.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Oh.
Okay.
Mike, could you repeat that?
Sure. I think an objective measure would be the inability of the customer to make or receive a phone call, right? Due to some type of it's an infrastructure, facilities type issue, power, equipment failure, things of that nature. Just it's like a black, from my perspective, a black and white. I can't make a phone call.
Binary. You either can or can't.
You can or you can't. Everything else, from my perspective, is subjective. right? So the quality of service in my ear might be different from what you're hearing, right?
So we're starting to, okay, Mike?
I'm sorry. I think what we heard from a lot of the panelists this morning, you know, is true here. There's really two types of reporting we see. It's the immediate on or off reporting, and again, that's, you know, the most important, we think. And then there's, you know, other, you know, post-event or, you know, trend analysis metrics that are important too. You know, in the telecom networks, we look at, you know, customer trouble report rates. We look at, you know, at some of the service quality type or service quality centric metrics. And I think when looked over time, they give you some insight into what is the reliability of that network. And, you know, we do measure and do get, at least for video services, you know, companies will file on a quarterly basis that type of information. And, you know, I think it does, when you look at it over time or you know, specific to a geographic region, it does give you some indication of reliability.
Okay. We're kind of talking now about the subject of metrics. So what I'd like to do is kind of segue into that and maybe ask some of the service providers, what type of metrics do you monitor, one, and present to maybe your network operations center? And then two, what types of metrics do you reflect back to your customers? So what do you monitor, report to your NOCs? And then two, what do you reflect back to customers?
Right. So I can start, I guess. So first off, we don't report anything back to our end users, our customers. They're not getting any quality of service or metrics type reporting back. We do capture quality statistics, a certain number of quality statistics on every phone call that goes through the Vonage network via our media relays. Primarily, we're looking at jitter and packet loss. So those are the measures that we're capturing on a real-time basis for every single call. And if thresholds are violated, it does get reported to our NOC. Let me just add on to that a little bit. We are blind to what I'll refer to as the on-ramp and the off-ramp pieces of our network. So getting onto our network by either a gateway or a border router and getting off on a border router or a gateway, when it gets off of our network, when it gets off net, we're blind to those quality of service statistics, and we're not seeing or generating alerts on those.
So at a basic level, you know, we obviously do device level monitoring, and you know, based on the types of devices, we know generally, not always, but generally, is it completely service affecting, or is it going to result in some kind of degradation? So we do device level monitoring. We monitor our endpoints, right, for on or off status, right, through the switches and through our cable modems. For a customer side, if you look at those customers that are high-end business customers, we generally do have service level agreements in place and contractual agreements in place where we would report certain things. Generally, it's around attributes like number of outages, right, in a quarter, how long it takes us to respond and restore those outages, and then, you know, trouble calls. So those are the general types of metrics that we might or would report back to customers that have those agreements in place.
Okay.
And then I'll say from CenturyLink's perspective, our monitoring and management program is very similar to what Cox just spoke about. But it's also important to point out that our companies have very robust network management and event response centers that this is their day, 24/7, 365 days a year, to make sure that our network is working in the fashion that it's supposed to be working. And where we have issues, we respond as quickly as we can to get them resolved. And where we need to work with our customers to keep them informed, we certainly are doing that already.
And if I could ask Mr. Raleigh, if from your perspective, what types of metrics are reported to you at the state level?
As I said in the previous response, customer trouble report rates are important. We do look at outages, you know, outage events and the frequency of those events. Again, you know, some of the minute, you know, degradation metrics, quite frankly, are of no use to us. You know, unless it's impacting service. So, but again, I would think the companies are looking at that in their NOCs, and that's what I'm hearing. And we don't want everything. We want the important stuff, and we want to be able to react to the important stuff. But we do have certain needs. I think the commissioner earlier mentioned the smart grid, and the other panelists mentioned next generation 911. Those are areas that are vitally important to the states. And during this transition between a lot of these services are going to be on traditional platforms and IP platforms. It's going to be very important for us to understand how these networks work, what's troubling them, what steps can be taken to mitigate them. And again, you can't manage it if you're not measuring it.
Okay. One of the responses that you said, Stacy, was that your networks are robust. And if you look at a continuum of an outage from maybe a possible service degradation all the way up to a complete outage, would you agree that service degradation may be an early indicator of a potential outage? And so maybe that's the type of information that your NOCs are acting upon when they're looking at the various metrics associated with some type of service degradation. Is that?
In some cases, I agree that's probably an accurate statement. Where I think from a service provider perspective, when we get into the IP world, I think you touched on this just to begin with. I mean, the networks are vastly different, and the ability to reroute around a trouble is much more dynamic in an IP sense. And by the time, and I think Scott was touching on this a few minutes ago, by the time that it actually reroutes around and gets to the customer, it's not necessarily the path it took, but that it got to the customer may not even recognize that there's an issue of any sort that's going on, whether it's latency, jitter, delay of any sort. So from that perspective, you can't say that just because you have some sort of degradation on the upfront side of it, that it's necessarily going to result in some sort of customer impacting issue.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think most service providers would certainly, what we do is, we do look at proactive trends like call rates. And, the ideal state is for us to, in our monitoring centers, to pick it up and address it before it becomes customer impacting. That's always our goal, right? So we do look at tools and statistical methods and things that we can do that would prevent us from having an outage in cases that we can actually take action. So it's always the desired goal to prevent the outages from ever happening in the first place.
And I'd like to, essentially the same thing, right? We do, that's the job of the NOC. That's the job of the network management and the control centers, is to keep their finger on the pulse of the network and proactively reroute traffic when they start to see a problem. Right?
Let me go ahead and put up a couple slides that we have here regarding the metrics and the proposed thresholds, and so that we can further discuss the specifics of that. I'll go ahead and take control here. Maybe I won't. So if you can go to the next slide. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to look specifically at the metrics and thresholds that we've defined for. This is for interconnected VoIP. So I'll give you a second to look at that. And if you go to the next slide here, for broadband internet access providers, talks about the metrics and thresholds. And then for backbone ISP service. So for interconnected VoIP, for ISP access providers, broadband access providers, as well as backbone, here are the metrics as well as the proposed thresholds for those. So I think this is probably a good point to take a break. We're going to pause. I'm getting the hook.
Speaking of outages, well, this is a temporary outage, so to speak, and for a very good cause. From the time that Chairman Julius Janikowski entered office over 2 years ago, he's placed a priority on public safety communications from two aspects. One, supporting public safety officials, first responders in their communications, but also supporting communications that support the safety of the public, whether it's 911 or any other type of communication. Mr. Chairman, we're so glad to have you with us today, and please offer you the podium for your comments. Thank you for being with us. Chairman Janikowski.
Well, thank you. First, thank you, Admiral Barnett, for organizing this workshop and for just the constant work that you and the Bureau do around the clock on these issues. And I think this combination of public workshops, engaging with first responders, carriers, in all sorts of ways, doing the kind of work that I've seen you and your team do firsthand in times of crisis, like 2 weekends ago in our ops center. The commitment and dedication that you and your team bring to these incredibly important issues is outstanding, and I really honor your service. Thank you all for participating in today's workshop. Of course, it couldn't be more timely. The past 2 weeks, we've experienced major events that have put our nation's communications infrastructure to the test. A hurricane and an earthquake in the Northeast within a 5-day span, followed by Tropical Storm Lee, which hit the Gulf Coast this week. These have had serious consequences. More than 50 people were killed by Hurricane Irene, and countless thousands have seen their homes and possessions destroyed by flooding. I want to offer my condolences to the many people who have suffered as a result of these storms. Again, Admiral Barnett and your team at the Public Safety Bureau, working around the clock with FEMA, our other federal and state partners as part of an intergovernmental effort to prepare for and respond to these events. Many of you in attendance have been working overtime too. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of the American people. These recent events have confirmed once again the importance of communications networks in times of crisis, both for first responders and the general public. They also confirm that newer forms of communications like mobile phones and broadband internet are increasingly important when disaster strikes. In 2 weeks, the Commission will address proposals to accelerate Next Generation 911. Next Gen 911 will upgrade 911 to seize the opportunities of these new technologies. We've been working on this and other areas. This was scheduled before the recent events, but of course, Commission consideration of this notice in 2 weeks will be very timely. The earthquake and Hurricane Irene brought a number of emergency communications issues to the fore. In general, these are issues that we have been focused on at the FCC. 2 examples are the subject of today's forum: network reliability and outage reporting. These are the focus of ongoing FCC proceedings that the Commission launched earlier this year. What you're doing today is a very important part of that process, and I thank you again for participating. As the FCC has done an initial review of Hurricane Irene and the earthquake, it's clear that a lot worked effectively and played a vital role in emergency response. For example, the FCC successfully deployed several roll call teams, which used specially equipped SUVs to survey damage to mobile networks, enhance situational awareness for first responders, and identify mobile infrastructure in need of repair or assistance. The investments we have made in roll call provided important benefits in the recent storms. The hurricane and earthquake also shed light on ways we can continue to enhance our work to ensure the reliability of communications during and following disasters. 3 areas for follow-up. First, the earthquake confirmed the importance of focusing on 911 calls made over mobile networks. Americans increasingly rely on mobile communications, but some wireless networks experienced congestion following the earthquake, congestion that prevented some 911 calls from going through. For this reason, the next gen 911 notice of proposed rulemaking that we take up this month at the Commission will also address 911 prioritization. And I will task CISRIC, the Communications, Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council, with providing recommendations on how to ensure that 911 is available when disasters spark a surge in mobile network use. Second, our two outage reporting systems, DERS and NORS, provided good information quickly in the recent events. This information is used to provide situational awareness regarding network outages to the FCC and also to FEMA and others responding to a disaster. The ways consumers communicate are changing. A growing number of people, of course, are cutting the cord and replacing their phone lines with mobile service. Others are using VoIP and cable for phone calls. We want our outage reporting systems to keep pace with those changes. Our experience with the recent events will inform our pending rulemaking on outage reporting, which considers improvements to NORS, including expanding the system to VoIP and broadband outages. The experiences and lessons of the last few weeks will also inform our separate but related inquiry on network reliability. In the wake of the recent hurricane and earthquake, we've been meeting with carriers and service providers on these issues, including outage reporting, and I expect that this will lead to improvements in DERS and increased participation in the program. Third, the recent events underscored the importance of public education about how best to prepare for and respond to disasters. For example, people can help themselves and their families in the event of a power outage by making sure they have charged batteries available for their mobile device. We can do more to help people focus on tips like that in advance and other useful information. I've spoken to FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate about this and other issues, and the FCC will be working with FEMA and other federal partners to develop a single set of tips for emergency preparation and response related to communications, and to use broad distribution channels and public education programs to reach as many people as we can with a single common set of tips. The steps I've outlined here can help save lives, and I look forward to working with all stakeholders to get these things done. Thank you for the chance to address this workshop. I again appreciate the work that you're all doing. It's a very, very important part of our ongoing efforts. Admiral Barnett, thank you again, and I return the podium to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those timely and important remarks. And I will now we'll resume our regularly scheduled program and turn it back over to Vern. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So if you recall, we were talking specifically about metrics. And what I'd like to do is to talk specifically about the proposed metrics that we've chosen, specifically packet loss, latency, and jitter, to describe service degradation. And I'd like to get your thoughts specifically on those chosen metrics, packet loss, latency, and jitter. First, let me ask you there, what do you think about those chosen metrics themselves as metrics to describe service degradation?
The metrics themselves may be meaningful, but again, I don't think from a Vonage perspective, from an over-the-top VoIP provider, there's really any way for us to measure end-to-end on a particular call. Again, I'm blind to the on-ramp and I'm blind to the off-ramp. I only have what's in the middle. So, and there's no method for me to collect the end-to-end statistics, so I can't get you a meaningful measure for that, right? I'd also like to see the definitions again, too, just to kind of refresh my memory in terms of the
If we could pull those slides back up for interconnected VoIP. If you can go back to, there you go. And maybe while you're, Mike, while you're looking at that, maybe I could ask either Mark or Stacy to comment. So if Vonage can't see essentially the underlying network, are you able then to see these performance degradations in terms of latency, packet loss, and jitter in the network? And are they meaningful from a service degradation standpoint to measure those?
So I'll start and jump in, but Mike makes a good point. At the end of the day, we only all have visibility to what's on our own networks, and we can only then monitor and manage and respond to any issues that we're seeing on our networks. And there are certain portions where, for instance, as an ISP broadband provider, I'm going to pass my traffic off to a different carrier, and I'm not going to see the whole end-to-end. And I think that's exactly where Mike was going. So from that perspective as well, when you get into the performance metrics that you're talking about, and I think you've heard me say this several times this morning, from CenturyLink's perspective, we don't believe that those performance metrics should be part of any type of outage reporting mechanism, criteria, or threshold.
I echo every comment that both parties have made. It's not a good indicator of a significant enough degradation that would prevent the end user from having the service available. For various reasons, there's technology differences, right? We talked about that, differences in technology. We have resiliency and redundancy in place. And again, the viewpoint of being able to see it end to end, which was the other two comments. So we don't believe it's a good measure at all.
Okay.
For that reason.
Any other comments regarding those specific chosen metrics?
Sure. A couple things to point out on the lack of visibility issue. One thing we haven't touched on is what end users do in their homes. Some more technically proficient, some less technically proficient, may cause problems with their ability to access voice service that may just exist in their premise. That's beyond the scope of any one of the providers to deal with. So that's a sticky wicket to deal with in this whole situation. Regarding the measurements and the capability to measure them, taking it at its extreme, there's a lot of data to measure. VoIP is one application among many applications. How do you weed through, general packet loss, latency, jitter measurements versus just VoIP? And there's more than one flavor of VoIP too. Different providers might do this differently. So there are many layers to the onion to peel down here that just show more complexity. That's my take.
Vern, I think it shows that I understand Stacy and Mark's point of view is that, across their network, that they're looking at, they can only measure across their network. But then, as I mentioned before, when you have multiple networks, multiple providers that are in the call, along the route of the call, it's very hard to measure end-to-end performance, which is why the definition probably needs to go back to the collective performance across the networks. And so there has to be a synchronicity as to when a call originates on Stacy or CenturyLink's network and then terminates on Mark's network or Cox Enterprises. How do we measure each of those legs? It's almost like in IP networks when you measure hops. What's the latency on a hop, and then is the packet lost and you don't get to its endpoint? And we just have to have that coordination of being able to have traceability going from end to end in order to then get a collective understanding of the performance of the call and if there was degradation. Because it could be great going across one provider's network and then goes through the peering point to the other network and then falls over. And then who's to blame?
And then I'll add in on that. The biggest concern from our perspective with the scenario you talked about is that we lose complete visibility once it's off of our network. So to that end, it could have gone completely across our network without the issues and come, as we handed it off. We have no insight into that.
Yeah, I'd like to also make a comment here, but even though packet loss, latency, and jitter are inherent problems with networking today, they're always going to be there. Companies like Vonage are putting a lot of time and effort into engineering ways to smooth out those imperfections on the network, that they're imperceivable to the human ear. We do things on our border routers and on our gateways with jitter buffers that smooth out those inherent problems. We also work with our chip vendors on the devices that we send to the home to put proprietary code on there to help smooth out problems that are inherent on a network as well, either the home network or the local provider's network. So, you know, as we talk about these measures and are they meaningful, they might be meaningful, but providers like Vonage are constantly evolving the technology to smooth that out so they're not perceivable. Right?
Let me talk specifically now about the thresholds themselves, values. And I'll start the conversation by talking about the thresholds that we are proposing for the metrics that we've proposed. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll ask you to comment on if there are any other metrics or specific thresholds for any other indicators that we should be considering, either in addition to or as a substitution for the metrics and thresholds that we currently propose. So the thresholds that we're proposing for packet loss is 1%. For latency, it's 100 milliseconds, and that's measured round trip so that you take into account the acknowledgement that comes back from the destination. And then for jitter, it's 4 milliseconds. So 1% packet loss, 100 milliseconds round trip latency, and 4 milliseconds of jitter. And the question is, are those essentially benchmarks for across all technologies, or should we take into account differences in the different technologies, like, for example, wireless or satellite or any of those things? Anyone care to comment specifically on those chosen thresholds?
From CenturyLink's perspective, we don't believe that those particular metrics are consistent with degraded VoIP quality and are a little bit troubling to us, in all honesty. There are a lot of factors that we've already brought to the attention today that really affect the performance of VoIP and are really outside of the control of a service provider. Some of those are the subscriber, the service provider, other entities, some of the facilitators. And for anybody that's read CenturyLink's comments to the NPRM, we did suggest some alternate criteria and threshold to consider. We do believe that the 900,000 user minute as a threshold for VoIP is appropriate and should be considered, and that there shouldn't, again, be service degradation embodied in the definition of an outage for interconnected VoIP, and that there should be at least 7,500 interconnected VoIP subscribers that have lost connectivity for at least 120 minutes.
Yes, Mark?
Given again, all the differences in technology, it seems like this is, again, we're opposed to this. It's not a good indicator of telling you, are we really not providing the service or not. But if you look at the multitude of tools that a network monitoring center has at its disposal, again, you know, we look at many different things, right? We do statistical trending. We look at call volumes. I mean, service providers are very good, right? I mean, you know, we have highly reliable networks, right? So instead of being specific and specifying a specific level, I would go back to the general definition: is, do we have a significant degradation that impairs the ability to enable and maintain a communications channel? Service providers figure that out. If we didn't figure that out, we wouldn't be in business, right? So, I mean, we have a multitude of tools. It feels like we're getting too specific here. That's going to box us into a corner.
So do you feel that we can have a very objective measure applied to that definition then for significant degradation?
Well, again, some of the comments were that maybe we wanted to revise that definition to be more specific and not subjective, to say, is it on or is it off? You know, that's another avenue that we could take.
Okay.
We're actually okay with either definition.
What I'd like to touch on next, just quickly before we open it up to briefly some Q&As, counting users in a broadband environment. We mentioned that 900,000 user minutes was still a metric and a threshold associated with triggering an outage event. So if you look at different ways that users could be counted, how does that concept apply in an IP environment, especially where you can reuse IP addresses? Does anyone care to comment on how you count users in a broadband environment?
Yeah, from a cable perspective, we have a unit, an MTA or EMTA in the house that's the portal that everything connects to. So if we were to look at how many VoIP lines were impacted, we would look at how many EMTAs, which are the subscriber-based equipment. We could look at that. Now, what's behind that, we have no visibility of.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Counting users?
Yeah, from our perspective, we ask that our customers keep their database of record up to date with us, so we can tell geographically MPA NXX how many users are in a specific affected area easily enough. But if they pick up that device and they go to Mexico or something like that, we really can't track the movement of it. But we're really depending on them to keep their records up to date from where their home devices are.
Okay.
Obviously, the customer impact is the most important metric for us, and to the extent that it has some geographic relevance, or even at a granular level, if it's affecting what we would call a major customer, like a 911 center, or a major business customer, or even a utility. Those are really key indicators to us, and to the extent that can be implemented in the requirements, we certainly support that. We know in wireline it's a lot easier to determine the discrete number of outages and impacts, and we'd still like to see that in the IP metrics.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think what I'll do now is go ahead and open up the floor to a few questions. If you have those, if anyone in the audience has a question, if you could step up to the mic and announce your name, your company affiliation. Oh, okay. We do have a couple questions from some of the folks that are monitoring via WebEx, so we can do that. Was there? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Shryak from Buckeye Cable System, Toledo, Ohio. As a small operator, I have a number of unique questions and comments. But as the panel talked about all of the measurements and impairments, it all focused on voice. And I'm struck with the fact that voice is simply one more application on a data network. And thresholds that impair an application vary with the application. Streaming media is going to be very different than a web session, for example. And I'm curious how the panel would look at measuring impairments given the different uses of the network by different customers. And secondly, as we look at trying to measure this across the network and track this, as a small operator, our resources are very limited as to the development of these tools. And in a world when our traffic is growing from a customer perspective at about 120% a year, we are spending huge amounts of capital just trying to keep up with the customers that we have. So I'm interested in what the panel might suggest for a small operator, how we can begin to pull some of these pieces together and collect the data that the Commission is looking for.
Thank you, sir. So the first question to the panelists, then, if I understood your question here, is if we look at an application other than voice as an application that rides over the IP, we've kind of concentrated on some of the metrics and thresholds around that. How would you measure impairments for applications other than voice?
If I can just jump in quickly. Voice obviously is our primary or most important service that we look at. But as we as other services like Next Generation 911 is going to deal with multimedia transmissions, the smart grid is going to be delivered over IP networks, and then data becomes more vital to us, and whether that data is getting through or not. It's going to be a challenge, I think, but it's something that we're going, it's just so vital that we're going to need to have, some measurement and oversight and management of that.
Yeah, so generically, again, going back to the response I gave on a network monitoring, we have multiple tools and, methods and processes and statistical methods and analyze call volumes and all kinds of different things that we do. And that's irregardless of what service it is, right? So I think those equally apply to every service that you have. Now, some of the tools will obviously be different, but you have to use a multitude of things. There's no one silver bullet.
I think that when you get down to the root of, we're talking about packet loss and jitter and latency, and that the different applications that the gentleman asked the question, there's video and there's instant messaging and things like that. There are some that are less tolerant to packet loss, such as video. If you have packet loss on video, you get artifacting and iconization and things like that. And so I think that that there are different levels of tolerances based on the application and its resiliency to recover. I mean, if you send an instant message, it goes through because there's not a time sensitivity to it. People don't wait 5 minutes for an instant message. They might wait a couple more seconds. But with video, waiting for that packet to show up 1 second later it impacts the quality of the service. And I think that when you look at the three different measurements, that those are the root of how do you make a comparison between what we're used to today, voice communications, and changing the underlying infrastructure, which is moving from a circuit-based, circuit-switched, to a packet-based network.
To Robert's point, even within an application, everything is not apples to apples. For example, if we, not to disregard the request to look at other applications just within VoIP, there are different vocoders that react differently in different packet loss conditions and different latency conditions. And one operator may choose to use one set of codecs and protocols, one operator may choose to use another. So again, setting a single threshold for any one of these metrics, even in just one application area, might smooth over too many bumps when those bumps really make a difference. Same thing goes for video to an even greater degree.
Thanks. And then maybe for the second part of the question there, any advice or any major differences in terms of outage reporting that a smaller company would face as opposed to a larger company?
I think the gentleman said it well. It's just relative to the amount of capital that companies have to invest in monitoring systems.
Any other?
From the telecom perspective, and even I think some of our cable rules, they do differentiate system, small systems from larger systems. Obviously, you don't want to set up a complicated metrics reporting, requirement that is going to be a burden. Part of the problems we've had trying to get some of our cable providers into our voluntary system was, and some of the other companies and wireless was, they would just give us the FCC reportables, as they're called, and we could spend all day getting those, and it's not that useful. Again, it is probably useful, to look at over time, and I think the smaller companies, we do have quarterly reporting rather than monthly and daily reporting. I think you want to keep it to where it's not a burden on these companies to the extent possible.
I could just add one more thing in response to that. There are a lot of industry forums where discussions like that occur. TIA is up here. They're certainly a good forum. CTIA, I see in the audience. Outage is also another one that focuses on these type of issues and would be a good forum for discussing further.
Well, let me go ahead and close out the panel then. I'd like to thank our panelists for their insight and contributions. I want to remind you that we're going to break for lunch now. We need you to be back at 1:45 We have Commissioner Copps, I believe, is going to give some remarks. So please return back at 1:45. We do have a cafeteria in the courtyard, most convenient if you choose to go there for lunch. So thank you.
After, just in a minute, we'll seat the panel. Hope everybody had a relaxing lunch, and thank you all for coming back. We have the pleasure this afternoon of having our fourth commissioner come and speak with us today about these topics. Commissioner Copps has been interested in these kinds of matters since I've been here. I've been here for 10 years, and I've heard about you talking about this stuff for 10 years now, and I think we see pretty much eye to eye on all of it. So I'm really glad you could make it down to join us and share your thoughts with us. And I'll turn the floor over to you.
Sir, I appreciate it. I guess most people have had time to come back. Maybe we need to take an outage report here to see who's here and who isn't. I don't know. I just want to take a minute, though, to come down and say how pleased I am that this workshop is taking place today. It's a pleasure to be here, both as a commissioner and as a citizen, to see governments and service providers and advisory groups and academics and a whole bunch of people coming together to tackle the single most important issue on an FCC agenda that is already crowded with important issues, and that would be, of course, public safety. And this couldn't be a more timely workshop coming on the heels of the events of the past couple of weeks that have reminded us very pointedly about the importance of reliable communications during times of crisis, whether it's East Coast earthquakes or hurricanes or tropical storms or fires. And this weekend, of course, we all paused to commemorate the tragedy of 9/11. So we have to use this confluence of events to find solutions that will protect our country in times of emergency. But it's also true, I guess, that we shouldn't need events such as this to remind us of what our duty is. I worked for many years up on Capitol Hill for Senator Fritz Hollings, and he was fond of telling us very frequently that the safety of the people is always the first obligation of the public servant. And he really believed that, and he instilled that belief in me. Public safety is both a private and a public responsibility. It's a responsibility of each of us and all of us as citizens. And I am pleased that so many folks in the private sector do take this challenge seriously. Service providers, of course, have incentives to make their investments reliable, but I also believe that they have taken their responsibilities to their consumers, by and large, seriously. But the experiences of the past few weeks, I think, demonstrate very clearly that many citizens encountered serious communications problems. During the recent earthquake, communications in this area were seriously disrupted. Speaking personally, my daughter, who just was beginning her teaching job out in Silver Spring, Maryland, when the earthquake hit, tried many times to call her mother and dad, but she was connected to wrong parties at numbers that she didn't even call. Many people experience lack of dial tone. Many people experience lack of connectivity. You know, the truth is we don't really know how networks perform until they're tested, but your job and my job is to plan as best we can and to learn from our mistakes, and our country deserves no less. So that's why I was pleased to support last May the NPRM exploring network outage reporting for VoIP and broadband services. It is long past time, to my way of thinking, for us generally to get beyond thinking about critical communications as just traditional voice, and it's time to realize consumers don't make a lot of these distinctions that so often fixate us here in Washington and stymie us here in Washington, and especially they don't make them during times of crisis and when they're in trouble and when they need action fast. They expect to communicate using all the tools at their disposal, and certainly they expect to get and should get the critical information they need through their IP-based services. So we share a duty to think creatively about how we can arm consumers with additional ways to communicate during disasters. Now, while it may be a little bit beyond the scope of today's meeting. I don't know. I'll raise just one example. I think it is time now for a thorough, calm, and reasoned discussion about FM chips in handsets. We all acknowledge the need for redundancy in communications, especially emergency communications. And last week during the earthquake, a lot of folks were only able to get information through radio broadcasts when the phone networks got congested. So what are the pros and cons of an FM chip? And to what extent have other countries had experience with them? And if they have, what has been that experience, and what can we learn from it? And as I say, I think it would be nice if we could have this in a calm and dispassionate and perhaps a commission-led way, and not just get into one lobby versus another lobby saying all the usual things that you can expect from each of them, but really look at this as a substantive matter, as an opportunity, perhaps, if it is an opportunity. But let's find that out. Why are we waiting? We ought to be looking at any and all ideas that sound reasonable for the protection of the American people. And we have to understand the sense of urgency that this requires. We are a decade now beyond 9/11, a full decade. And I think we've made some progress, there's no question about that. But we haven't made enough progress. We need to make more. And we need to get that public safety, interoperable public safety network built. I was certainly hoping by now, by the 10th anniversary of this, that we'd be a little bit farther, a lot farther down the road than we are. Public safety has waited too long. The American people have waited too long for the protection that they are entitled to and for the protection that we are capable of giving them if we put our best efforts into it and use the technologies and the know-how and the creativity that we have. So I know you have a lot to do. I watched this morning. This is a long and arduous but very productive workshop thus far. My colleagues, I think all of whom were down here prior to me, look very much forward to your contributions. We appreciate the time and trouble and sacrifice that you go to be here. And as we move forward on our outage and our reliability dockets, we're going to rely heavily on your good advice and good counsel. And finally, I want to thank Chairman Janikowski for his leadership on these issues, and Admiral Barnett and our excellent team, Jeff and others in the Public Safety Bureau for putting this workshop together, and thank them too for their vigilance during these past weeks that have been so busy, and we can probably count on some busy ones coming up too. So thanks for contributing to the work of the Commission and the work of the country, and I appreciate the opportunity to come down and say that personally.
Thanks, Commissioner. Could I ask our panel to come up and be seated now? As the day goes on, I'm finding I'm leaving things all over the place. I've already lost my glasses once and my notes twice. So anyway, all is well now. Thank you, everybody, to our panelists for joining us today, and we're looking forward to the time that we have here. Let me do this. Since a lot of these are folks that you've already met on other panels, I'm going to go through this myself and just introduce everybody very quickly. John Carlson, you've already met on the first panel. John is the Managing Director of Global Oversight for Morgan Stanley. He's here today representing the Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council. Next to John is Robert Condilis. Robert is I want to get your title right, Robert. Robert is a cloud strategist for Computer Sciences Corporation. Thank you for joining us today. And next to Robert is me get this right, Anthony Myers. Anthony is the chairman of the Maryland Emergency Number Systems Board for the state of Maryland. And next to Anthony is Scott Robon. Get that right? Scott is the director for technology and solutions for the Americas for Juniper Networks. Scott is here today representing TIA, Telecommunications Industry Association. And next to Scott is Mike Rowley, who you met earlier. Mike is the interim chief for network reliability of New York State Department of Public Service. Thank you, Mike. And then finally, we have Deminda, this is one I might just get wrong. Rajaskara, did I get it right? Okay, sorry I didn't check that earlier, but evidently I was close enough. Deminda is associate professor in the Department of Computer Science at George Mason University. So again, we appreciate all of you for being here. This third panel is going to cover a range of topics that is very different from what we talked about in the first panel. First panel, we talked about outage reporting. The subjects we talked about there were all topics in a notice of proposed rulemaking, where we have proposed rules, and we've come to tentative conclusions. So it's a little further along in the process. The things we'll be talking about now are subject of a notice of inquiry that was released by the Commission in April. And the topics covered in that notice of inquiry were communications maintainability and resiliency when presented with sort of traumatic events like hurricanes, disastrous events that affect communications. How quickly do they respond and how well do they hold up? That's one topic of that notice of inquiry. The second topic is broadband reliability, and we have just the nature of an NOI is altogether different. The questions that are asked are much more open-ended, broad. There are no tentative conclusions, no proposed rules. We do an NOI typically, and in this case it's certainly true, in areas where we have a lot of uncertainty about what we should do, if anything. It may be that in some of these areas we shouldn't be doing anything. In other areas, maybe we should be doing something. So it's a much more open-ended process. And so we'd like to explore those kinds of topics with you today. And I'd like to do it in three categories. This is all very timely, and you've heard this a number of times already today because of past events. The earthquake we had a few weeks ago, the recent hurricane, which we've become more accustomed to in recent years, has reminded us of the kinds of things that can happen in communications networks when things like that happen, occur. So let's talk about what happened after the earthquake first. If you lived in this area, what you probably noticed was it was very difficult to complete a cell phone call. You may have noticed that it was hard to complete a call on a wireline network, but that was less likely. And so it's caused us to wonder about what, if anything, should be done to make commercial communications networks, particularly wireless networks, more resilient when confronted with surge events like that, and what are some of the techniques that could be used. But let's drill down first, because that's a big question. There are certain types of communications that are more important than others, so that's just my personal view. So maybe 911 calls are more important than other types of calls. Are there ways in commercial networks, wireless, wireline networks today, since a lot of the congestion that was happening very close to the edge of the network, and maybe the radio access network, for example, are there ways to detect when a 911 call is being presented to the network, and then to grant it some form of priority that would make it more likely the call would be completed to the PSAP? That's a question I'll just open up and ask what folks think about that, if it would be good policy to do it, in addition to whether it's technically possible. Anybody have any ideas about that?
You know, Jeff, I think that it'd be a good idea. I mean, we do this in a certain capacity with respect to NSEP communications today. So the only challenges I see is that if you have a central office that has so many circuits that can accept a call, that if everybody's making a call, they won't get the 911 call. That if it's 1,000 circuits, the 1,001st call that comes into the queue won't get serviced, and there's no way to, I think, service the call. So then you have to get into resource reservation, which means that you have headroom that if the central office can handle 1,000 simultaneous calls, and you determine that 5% will always be available for 911, then you're going to have 50 circuits that are sitting, waiting, and not being used. So what you're doing is you're taxing the people that are trying to make calls for communications, which may be important but are not 911 calls.
Let me remind everybody, that was fine, by the way, but I just want to remind everybody to speak close to the microphone when you speak, okay? It's about 4 fingers away, if you can remember that, okay? And that was just right. I think that came through fine. Now, oh yes, go ahead. Mike?
I certainly can attest, to the previous statements. A lot of what we're encountering now, with the Irene restoration is the need for backhaul and the importance, and the reliance of cellular communications on the backhaul networks, which are still mostly traditional telephone. You got to make sure that that's still running. You got to make sure that that's resilient. I'm sure we're gonna get into backup powering and diversity, but the more wireless you put in, the more wires you put in, and that's what we're finding.
Yeah, that you make a good point. I'm going to cover this stuff or these things in 3. I'm going to get into those very issues of communications, network resiliency, and restorability when presented with a situation like that. Also, broadband reliability. I'm wondering, though, you were talking about the need to reserve, to do resource reservation, to do what I was describing. But in an IP environment, were you thinking of things in terms of a sort of an IP environment, or were you thinking of things in terms of a legacy environment when you said that?
Well, I think about it in both respects. I think that in a legacy environment, it's more of a physical reservation that you're making, but in a IP environment, you still have a resource reservation that's maybe more virtual because it's packet-based as opposed to circuit-based or circuit-switched.
Sir?
I was just going to say, maybe to start, I'm here as the chairman of the Maryland Emergency Number Systems Board, but I am also an assistant executive director at the Maryland Public Service Commission. So the combination of those positions allows me to look at the delivery of critical services, particularly 911, from a fiscal, operational, but also a regulatory perspective. And public expectation is that critical services, 911 calls, will get through. And I think that we have to start from that ultimate goal and almost reverse engineer the process to determine what types of standards, conditions, metrics, or other policies are necessary to achieve that ultimate goal. But that's where I think the conversation begins, with public expectation, because they don't understand, the public today does not understand the distinction between legacy networks, which are buttressed on decades of state, local, and federal regulation. And so that's what I would add.
To Anthony's point, there's not only this very high bar that's been set through a regulatory framework for the public switch telephone network. There's also being able to be a competitive service provider, right? And I think we heard some comments in the previous panel that the network doesn't really provide value, even in non-emergency situations, unless it provides connectivity almost all the time, right? So there is a tremendous amount of engineering, architecture, and implementation of redundancy mechanisms to keep the network up in oversubscription events that could be more than just an emergency situation.
Minda?
Yeah, to get back into the reservation, I do agree that there has to be a certain amount of reservation bandwidth and so on set aside. But the thing is that there are two sides. One, even if you do that, you could still run over the capacity, and this has been an issue in the DoD arena. That's why they have not only reservation but also preemption. A call that is considered more important could simply cut off the call that is not important. They do it for different reasons too, but you could try to get some sort of preemption as well, which may not be a good thing, because then you would have some unsatisfied customers, if I may say, they dropped in the middle of a cell phone call. The second thing is that there are certain virtual techniques, like I think you mentioned MPLS and so on, where you could make some sort of virtual reservations, virtual circuits. That would, among other things, preserve the QoS, because it preserves capacity on the intermediate routers and so on and so forth. So there are some techniques, but the question is that nothing comes for free. You have to run those protocols. They have 2 or 3 phases of negotiation and reservation, and that takes time, that takes packets. They need to be communicated in time and so on. So it's a balancing act, I would say, at the level of the protocol and the algorithms.
Jeff, I would add, maybe we're getting to this in your next scenario beyond earthquakes, but some of the exercises we had done several years ago looking at the impact of a pandemic, an H1N1, in terms of the shift in how people would work or be at home as opposed to being in their offices and not in schools, a lot of broadband applications. And from those exercises, we recognize, at least for our sector, that we would have pretty significant issues with respect to internet congestion, particularly at the last mile level. And so that led to a lot of discussion around, well, what should the policy be around setting priorities, and then how do you determine what's a more critical activity, that should get priority service. And it kind of led us to a discussion around, well, we should probably set priorities for those that are part of critical infrastructure or health and safety related issues. Obviously, emergency 911 would fit in that category. But I do think there needs to be a broader discussion around when you have capacity limitations in emergency situations, how do you shift into a prioritization regime? And it's complicated, a lot of unsatisfied customers. A lot of people will disagree as to what is the priority, but that discussion still needs to be had.
I can remember the last, not the current CISRIC, but the last CISRIC. We had a working group and a report voted out on this very issue of sort of next generation priority service, almost like a next generation WPS for IP-based services. And I don't know if it was dealing with sort of the policy decisions or recommendations, rather, about what should receive priority, but it's certainly been an active area of interest here at the Commission. And one of the things that we would need to, what we would want to be thinking about next is what should we do next? What is needed for, how should we engage in that discussion and where is it? And I kind of like the fact that we're talking more about, on this topic about broadband services. I wonder if, let's just talk about wireless for a second. And I wonder whether 4G wireless technologies have the hooks baked into the protocols that would make it a lot easier to do the kind of resource reservation that would be necessary to do priority services like what we're describing, and since it's so early in the deployment of that technology, relatively speaking, whether or not that the features we're talking about could be rolled out as part of the first generation or near first generation deployments of 4G technology. Has that ever occurred to anybody?
Well, so I think there are a couple interesting related factors to that. Many 4G deployments today actually have multiple radios in them, a 4G radio for data and a 3G radio for voice calls. And to bring it back to the earthquake scenario, I remember very clearly, I was forced to get outside of my building. Tried to make a call, couldn't make a call. That was a 3G issue. But I just instinctively went to Twitter to see what was going on. Was this really an earthquake? And the 4G service was still up. But there's a little bit of diversity built into a handset, for a provider that's rolling out 4G in that way.
Yeah, I think the underpinning of 4G is IP, and so it's easier for you to apply a priority of service to IP than it is to a voice service.
But you still have issues there because you don't know if it's IP if the RAN is congested. There's an issue before that first terrestrial hop.
But if you can do, I thought with 4G, with LTE, for example, that you could do prioritization in the RAN, so that you would not run into the problem that we ran into. Maybe I have to get away from that. We would run into the problem that we ran into during the earthquake, where the RAN, in many cases, the RAN got congested, right? And if these things were running 4G, even for voice calls, you'd be able to allocate capacity on a priority basis if things were configured that way.
I have to go back and take a look. I know that WiMAX, a competing 4G technology, had that built in, but I don't recall if LTE has that built in. And then there's the issue of, even though the capability is there, is the operator making use of the capability?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I was trying to get to in the previous question. You got to, at least for voice anyway, you got to make sure that the capacity exists where you hand off the voice. And, and then at the back end, are the emergency responders or whoever's, expecting to receive the call, do they have the proper capacity? And, that's sometimes a challenge in these emergency events.
Let's see, I've got plenty. Let me do one more question on this topic, and then we'll change to the next topic. That's a really good point that you raise, which is, it's one thing to open up the network wide so that all the 911 calls get through. It's another thing to have the PSAP, community configured in a way where they can actually absorb all of those calls. I mean, they're staffed at a certain level. They may not want to be getting all those calls, right? And sometimes those calls are just, things like, was that an earthquake I just felt? Or, I mean, they're not emergencies sometimes. So, or they're copycat calls, so to speak. And so, I guess a question that's been on my mind is, even in the chairman today talked about NG911 and how we are going to be moving forward in September. I think it's this month, right? With NG911, with something on NG911. Pretty sure it's this month. And now, with NG911, does that now give you a level of flexibility in terms of dynamically allocating calls to a number of PSAPs that didn't exist in today's more restrictive environment, so that the calls could be routed to a PSAP that is equipped or staffed to handle them? Is that a realistic scenario? And I think, is Roger still here? Yeah, Roger Hickson. I talked to Roger about this earlier, so why don't we see what the panel has to say about this, and then I'm going to ask Roger if he's got anything to add. Go ahead, sir.
I'll start. Absolutely, part of the added functionality that NG911 will provide will be additional flexibility in routing and call assignment and so forth. To touch on a point you made at the outset of the question, regarding PSAPs, I just want to say that absolutely, even in an overload situation, PSAPs absolutely want to receive calls, because there are factors and procedures that the entities can put in place to mitigate the problem. For example, PSAPs can put out public pronouncements to have persons who have true emergencies to go to a local fire station or a local police station, or to take any one of a number of measures that may not solve the problem, but certainly lessen its impact.
All right, yeah, that's a good point. So you can kind of manage the flow by doing things from the PSAP out. Anybody else have anything they want to add on NG911 and how that can play into this? Roger, Roger's been doing a lot of work on NG911, and why don't you, is there a way to activate this? Yeah, you can use the podium, Roger.
Yes, NG911 is my life. My wife would certainly agree with that. Yeah, to reinforce what, can't see the name, you said. Yeah. NG911's design in the NINA image of it provides for what we call dynamic routing among a selected number of PSAPs, pre-established, or even in some cases, you'd be able to dynamically change that process too, because in today's E911 world, you basically have fixed alternate routing. If a PSAP has 5 trunks and all 5 trunks are full, note they might not actually be emergency calls, the next call will roll over to an adjacent PSAP as defined by that set of PSAPs as to how they want that to work. And the second one might roll over to another one. But in NG911 is designed so that you can select a grouping of PSAPs that will back each other up essentially, and that can be automatically done on the fly without any specific action at the time the calls are happening. And in addition to that, there's a policy routing function in the design of NG911 that allows PSAP managers to go in by terminal and modify those arrangements as compared to the old manner in today's world where you basically have to call the telephone company, you have to find a translations guy who knows how to do that. And of course, 3 of the 4 translations guys who knew how to do that left the company last week. And so it becomes difficult to get that accomplished and time consuming, but NG911 itself will do that automatically, if you will, within the system design.
Thanks, Roger.
Oh, I should mention, Vermont used that same type of capability during the hurricane a week or so ago, in which they had, I think, 7 PSAPs that were backing each other up and with a dynamic routing process. So they've already got a version of that in place, and it worked for them quite well from what they had to say about it.
So there's hope on the network side. There's ways to do this on the PSAP side to deal with the flow of calls, assuming that we can find a way for the network to get the calls through. And so the issue right now is more at the originating side on the network with in this case, we've been talking about the remote access or the radio access network. So okay, so that was helpful, and I'm going to switch to another topic now, which is more general disaster response and the resilience of communications during and after disasters. And the questions in the notice that are pertinent to these topics were questions that originally came to our mind after Hurricane Katrina, and we actually had a proceeding about this. One of the recommendations that came out of one of the actions that came out of the proceeding was a set of rules on backup power, specific to, network elements that required power and how much backup power they should have available to them. And those rules are not in effect right now. They were challenged and they're not in effect. But we thought it was time to revisit these questions, but in a broader light. So when we asked the questions in the NOI, we didn't ask questions specifically about backup power, although there are questions about backup power in there. We were asking questions much broader about, because there's a lot more than just backup power at stake here. There's backhaul. I think we've already talked a little bit about that. I think, Mike, you mentioned backhaul. It turns out that when you've got something, in the last storm we had, most of the outages that we saw in the local access network were backhaul related, not backup power related. That was a surprise to me, but not to John. I don't know why. So it's not all backup power. Some of it's backhaul. Some of it's just having crews getting access to the equipment so that the batteries can be backed up or the generators can be refueled, and so there are accessibility issues, and so there's a whole range of issues, and then there's another issue on top of that, which is something like this happens. When we had Irene blow through, the counties that were the most affected and suffered the most damage were evacuated. Those evacuations were lifted at some point. Folks started coming back. I don't know if communications were completely restored, but there's that factor. So we're asking questions now that are much more holistic in terms of first of all, what do communications providers do to prepare for sort of catastrophic events like this? What should they do? And what do they do to restore service as quickly as possible? And then that leads to the question, should the Commission be doing something to try and close any gaps that exist between how things are done today and how they should be done? That's the long and the short of the question. Now, I didn't get into all the details, but I'm wondering if folks have any views on those kinds of issues. Oh, Mike?
Certainly, we deal more with the physical redundancy and resiliency characteristics of networks. We're aware of the dynamic routing that's available on IP, and that often leads to less outages and less frequent outages, but a lot of times they're sometimes more severe. So, I mean, maybe that's for the other question. I mean, I still think there needs to be some level of, basic requirements for redundancy and of critical circuits and backup powering. I think what we've seen in the last couple of storms, a lot of the network providers are doing that on their own. There's a lot of development of best practices that's driving that, and we certainly appreciate that. There are other things. I was talking to John earlier. What we looked at after 9/11 for the business community in New York. There are other non-physical things you can do, such as we instituted critical facilities administration, where enterprise customers can go and actually look and go to their carrier and actually have them physically map out where their connections are going. So at least it gives that purchaser and user of the service some confidence in where their circuits are going. And to me, reliability is nothing more than a confidence that your network is going to work. The physical stuff is more about the resiliency, but you need that confidence in your network and the services you're purchasing from.
I would add that, from my perspective, adequate redundancy, backup power, fault tolerance, they're obviously integral parts of the legacy network, and I think it goes without saying that they're necessary components of any future or broadband network. Said differently, those are simply the price of admission. In Maryland, some of the things that we've done to promote reliability is we ensure that we have 24 PSAPs, approximately 900 call takers around the state, and we our citizens generate about 5.2 million 911 calls per year. Each of our PSAPs has a dedicated backup facility that is geographically diverse. It is supported by generator and UPS power backup. We've worked collaboratively with our LEC, who is Verizon, to drive facility and route diversity, and to identify and eliminate single points of failure. So those are some of the things that we are doing.
I think that what we have to do is look at there's a level of redundancy and there's an associated cost with that, and for carriers and all interested parties, that does come down to it's a dollar and cents discussion that happens. You can achieve reliability and redundancy where nothing ever breaks, but it's at a certain cost. But I think what you have to do is create a graduated scale as to the constituency that's being served. And you can look at it from multiple different levels. You can say the financial district in downtown New York may have a need, or it could be the number of people that are served in a certain area, and that you have to create redundancy in order to complete calls or complete data transmission to service in a reduced fashion, but still be able to do it for a certain subset. But all it comes down to cost, I think.
So, well, first, before I go on, does anybody have anything, John, you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of echo what Anthony said about, the cost of doing business. And I think there's also recognition that, in particular, the telecommunications industry in all of its, variations is becoming more and more integral to our lives. I mean, we're using it more and more to do our business, for personal, for public safety, and that has to be built into the next generation products that are put forth. I think there's also another thing that we certainly learned from a lot of the different exercises that the financial sector has had with the telecom industry, is that there needs to be this cross communication in terms of what the capabilities are, so there's transparency, that it matches up with what a financial institution's business continuity plan is, that it's linked to your power backup capabilities and plans, and it's like peeling the onion. I mean, you find actually through each of these different events new things, new vulnerabilities that you need to mitigate, and it's just this discipline in which you have to constantly move forward and mitigate those risks and work with your partners to solve them. So 9/11 for us was a huge wake-up call, and then we've had multiple other incidences, including the last 3 weeks, that further emphasize we're going to have different types of events. We haven't had the pandemic yet, and hopefully we won't. But that's another event that we're going to have to really deal with and make sure we have redundancy built into the system.
I'll just kind of pile on this whole thread here. Anthony, I think you made the comment table stakes. That you've got to. This is the entry price, and I think most providers would definitely agree. Again, if the network's not available, you're not going to survive long in the market. I can say from the equipment provider perspective, we can't sell to service providers unless we have multiple redundancy mechanisms within the network elements we sell, in our processes for upgrading software to make changes without interrupting service in the network. There is a point where the cost to achieve that next additional bit of availability doesn't really pay off. And I know there are some service provider folks in the audience, maybe they'll offer comments later, but you really need to hear their view, I think, to get a full picture.
I think, no, it's a good point. And one of the things we tried to do in the notice is ask questions that were broad enough that the answer could be, as far as what should the commission do. I mean, maybe the role for the commission in this space is just to require that there be some transparency about what the carrier's plans are for dealing with the crisis, so that maybe that's but I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm trying. That's a question. I'm wondering what you all think. I mean, I think it sounded like a lot of folks thought that there was a need for some level of resiliency and reliability that could be depended upon. Some agreement that there's a level beyond which the incremental gain in resiliency is probably not worth the incremental cost. So, is there a need for the FCC to have a role in determining where that threshold is, and then to have some procedure for ensuring that it's being met? What do you think of that? All right, Deminda?
Yeah, perhaps come up with a description of failures or multiple failures that could be tolerated by the different providers, so you could see that in combination what's the maximum number of failures or kinds of failures that could be simultaneously addressed, still maintaining the necessary communication infrastructure.
I think, Mike, did you want to? Yeah, no, I'll come back to you, Robert.
I don't want to interrupt too many times, but in New York, I mean, I guess my point is there are lessons to be learned from what we've done in the legacy networks, although I don't appreciate that word too much. But you know, after 9/11, we did a complete review of the telecom resiliency and redundancies in the telephone networks. I know we worked closely with Kevin Green of Verizon, and he can attest to it. And you know, what we did is we set a baseline requirement similar to your, you know, cost of doing business. We wanted what would it cost for full redundancy of every office and you know, the necessary equipment. And then we took a step back and said, well, yes, that's how much it's going to cost for 100% of the network. But then we applied a needs-based approach, and we found for a drastically reduced amount of money, we could get 97% of the network to meet those redundancy requirements. And to us, it was a cost-based solution that we were we very quickly implemented, and you know, we continue to monitor. We had the companies do assessments and go out and tell us, you know, report back within a year what you know, how you meet these requirements and what is it going to cost to implement them.
I think there is a role for the FCC here. I've seen in the past the government collaborate with industry in solving problems. You know, one of them in recent memory is the Digital Wiretap Initiative, you know, CALIA, where the government wanted the ability to do wiretap, and they worked with communications providers or service providers and equipment vendors in order to build this initiative in. And they did it in collaboration, and it had to be done by a certain date, and there was an incentive there for the service providers and for the vendors to get that capability in place prior to that date. And there was also a penalty associated if it wasn't in place by that date.
I would add that certainly there's a role for the FCC. Part of that role is a recognition of the importance of state and local participation, and I think it's critical given the transition to a broadband network which is not regulated by state and local authorities. Many of the problems that can occur in the delivery of critical services will require a level of granular review that can only be provided at the local level. And that granular oversight will provide operational efficiencies that lead to the quick resolution of problems that occur. In Maryland, the General Assembly established the board that I sit on, and the use of 911 as an emergency number, as the emergency number, in recognition of the fact that avoidable delays occur at the jeopardy of threats to life and property of residents. So with that in mind, the FCC has to be cognizant, or should be cognizant, of the importance of that continued local participation.
Move on now. There's a bunch of questions I'd like to ask about that topic, but I want to cover this last topic as well, and then we'll either we'll return to this or we'll take questions depending on how many questions we have. But let's now shift to the other topic area that was covered in the NOI. And I've described this to a lot of people, and I don't know if I've still quite got it down. You know, I think Stacy, you and I had this conversation 2 or 3 times now. And Scott, I have never talked to you about it, but it'd be interesting to see how you react when I do this, because you're representing TIA, but I know you're from Juniper. So so I'll be interested to see how you react. It's an assertion, and I mean it that way, truly. I mean, I'm prepared to be challenged and told that I'm wrong, but I want to know why I'm wrong. And it's this: it's that years ago, not too many years ago, we had this concept of carrier class networks. There was a concept of 5 nines reliability, and over the years, as you know, first wireless services and then broadband IP-based services have made their way into communications network. Networks have become much more functional. That's true. On the other hand, we've kind of, in a way, lost that concept of 5 nines or how to measure it or even to know if it can even exist. So I'll give you an example. You know, the globally routable internet was originally designed to be extremely resilient. You know, a fault-tolerant network that you know, things can happen in the network and you can route around them, and we've talked some about that already today. And the internet still operates on that principle. The networks that are being operated by sort of communications providers, carriers today, using the internet protocol as a basis, are not the global internet. I mean, they have gateways to the global internet, but when they route traffic around, it's not the internet, and you all know that. It's they're routing traffic around on MPLS or some other you know, higher protocol that enables them to achieve quality of service guarantees and to route traffic efficiently in their networks. But what it does is it takes what had been a connectionless environment for networking and sort of makes it not a connection oriented, but a nearly connect. I mean, it adds a level of connectionness to the network that wasn't there before. Now you have a sense of state, you know, of it's a virtual circuit or it's a whatever the case may be. It's not a nailed up circuit. But now traffic in the network doesn't have as many degrees of freedom to move about. And so that was the look I was looking for. So so you're the first person I want to ask. Maybe you're the person that can answer this for me. I'm wondering if communications networks are more reliable today or less reliable today, if you know, given that we're relying on a connectionless protocol, but we're running it in a connection-oriented fashion.
I'll try to keep my response brief. Yeah.
Does it make sense, first of all?
Yeah, yeah. No. So a couple comments. I'm sure other people will have things to add as well. So it's more complex. This is not your father's telephone network, right? It's a lot easier to measure 5 nines reliability when the only service is voice. Right. Okay, so, and that's not an excuse for not measuring availability in next generation networks, but now there's a much broader range of services. I want to get video over the internet. I want to get voice over the internet. I get my email over the internet. So perhaps part of the alleged losing the concept of 5 nines availability has to do with there's so much more to measure and there are so many services we're overlaying over the same network. That's one reaction. I'd say, wearing my engineer scientist hat, we have to look at the data, you know, and again, I think part of the reason we're having this discussion is maybe we don't have all the apples to apples data that we want to compare legacy network availability to today's network availability. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll let go of the mic. I know that, again, from my perspective in the food chain, I spent 5 years in Juniper's customer service organization. And it's not a fun job because when there's an outage, when you're a vendor that is in some way responsible for an outage in a service provider network, you know, you're on the phone until it's fixed. And again, I'm sorry to continue to beat the drum on this. Even outside of emergency situations, service providers and their vendors have a vested interest in providing mechanisms to maintain availability in the network.
Okay, thank you. Robert?
Yeah, I would actually assert and reaffirm what Scott has said, but you know, complexity is the enemy of reliability. So the more and more services that you lay on top, the larger the network reaches, the reach is going from, you know, handsets to people and things like that, that you have an issue of achieving 5 nines of reliability, which we're used to. But what I would assert is that while it's probably gotten tougher for us to get to 5 nines, we understand more about how to get to 5 nines. But I think that the constituency that's served is more tolerant of outages because there are more avenues for them to communicate. So the PSTN goes out, and as Scott said, hey, I couldn't get on the network, so I went outside and I got on Twitter. So there are other avenues to communicate where an outage on one network and only having one network to communicate is more catastrophic.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. So it takes, you really would have to look at this in a whole new way to account for things like what you're describing. Things like, not only is there different services, different platforms, I mean, there's a multitude of different ways to communicate now that didn't exist before.
And accessibility is for the most part wireless. So it's, you know, it's not like I can't use my phone and I run over and get my cell phone. It's like everything is around me to use. I'm sitting at my computer. I can do a VoIP call over my computer. I can do it from my wireless phone, and so it's ubiquitous almost in some respects.
What do others think? Does anybody else have an opinion about this, Mike?
I mean, just one observation, and I think it was getting at what you were asking. Today's network is so interconnected. I mean, you know, we're talking strictly now on, you know, about the IP network, but that network is so interconnected with the public network. And each one of those interconnections you know, there is dynamic routing, but there are single points of failures on other networks that are, you know, interconnected to that IP network. And again, I think you got to pay attention to that. And a lot of times what we find is because there's so much handoff of traffic, it's harder when there is an outage for the provider to troubleshoot it and to report it. And a lot of times they may not know where the outage is occurring, but you know, some farmer in Virginia hits a fiber line, and you know, people in Buffalo can't talk. And you know, that's the stuff that's important to us. And again, it's on the customer end. What's the impact? You know, not necessarily what's going on in the network, because we know there's something going on, but we need to know how that's affecting customers at the end.
The point that you make, and then I'll ask for others, is we've seen things like this too, and not because we're getting any confidential data, but because they were reported in the press of something happening in the network, discrete happening in the network, you know, and in a carrier's network, and it taking out service nationwide, you know, that's a pretty big single point of failure, right? Or single whatever, I don't know if it's a point or I don't know what all was involved, but from the sounds of it, it was close to that. So, you know, it's that kind of thing, is traffic being aggregated in a way that is uncertain. And what's the science? It used to be that there was actually a science behind the calculation of reliability and the probabilities and so forth that went into that. That was, you know, probability is probability, right? I mean, you're not 100%. You're something 5 nines, which is pretty close. I don't know if we ever had, I guess, John, did we ever have really 5 nines? Okay, so it has happened, but anyway, but it could be calculated, and I guess I wonder, is there any body of science that's come about to replace what we've known, and are there standards that are in development or have been passed that can apply to try and bring industry along to get to that, to where industry should be? Should there be standards?
In a highly interconnected network, one can anticipate that the level of quality delivered will be equivalent to the level of service produced by the least reliable provider. If you can follow, if you follow that. Speaking empirically for a second, in terms of reliability of the network, in Maryland, we've experienced a series of outages recently that have impacted 911 operations. And the causes of those outages and impairments have been the result of everything from snowstorms to signaling abnormalities to human error. And a lot of what how we responded to those outages, believe it or not, went back to just some good old-fashioned common sense, improving communication among stakeholders. And we put in place a number of procedures that were instrumental in not only resolving the problem, but also prospectively avoiding the potential or the probability of those problems occurring again. For example, we electronically and automatically disseminate vendor trouble tickets to our PSAPs so that they know when something is occurring on the network. We've received a commitment from our LEC to provide notice to our PSAPs within 15 minutes if their NOC discovers a facility outage. Because oftentimes what we experience during those outages I mentioned is that a problem was occurring in the network that may not have appeared to the operator or to the PSAP, nor did it readily appear to the NOC as to its potential impact. So a simple improvement in basic communications has helped tremendously.
Jeff, the only point I would add is I think because of the complexity and in our sector, the regulatory requirements to have robust business continuity plans, I think a lot of these financial institutions are probably over-investing, in terms of their capabilities. So we've expanded greatly the number of remote computing capabilities we have. We've never reached the point where we've run into any problems because we've basically over-invested, and that's fine. We feel comfortable doing that. I think the other kind of issue related to it with the complexity and all the different applications, and I know the telecom providers are just providing the pipes for the applications to go through, but adding to that complexity is issues like malware that will impact not only networks but also the applications that are then running on the networks, and that's become another challenge. And I think certainly our sector would like to see the ISPs play a greater role in terms of monitoring the malware and working in partnership with us in order to reduce the amount of malware and email that is malicious in nature.
Thank you. Any other comments? I want to go now to open it up for questions from the audience and ask if there's anybody here in the audience that has a question. And if you do, please do as we've done before. Come up to one of the mics here and just introduce yourself briefly.
Hi, I'm Jill Canfield. I'm with the National Telecommunications Cooperative Association. And I think these discussions are very important. And my question kind of relates to the discussion you were just having. But we have a situation where calls are simply not completing to customers living in rural areas. Plain old telephone voice calls. The call is not making it to the terminating carrier's network at all. We have situations where a school had an auto dial notification system and calls didn't make it to parents, so it is an emergency situation. But this is not an outage. It's not an emergency like an earthquake or a tornado or anything like that, but it is a persistent and continuous problem for customers living in rural areas. And I guess my question is, how do we ensure, and specifically how does the FCC ensure that as we move forward, we can not only ensure the continued reliability or I guess, again, ensure reliability of the telephone network that we all rely on and have continued to rely on?
I can't talk to the solution to that, but I know we've had that problem in New York and in rural areas of New York, and part of the problem is just inter-carrier compensation. Carriers refusing to deliver traffic. I know they were addressing it here at the FCC and even in some of the cases in the states, but that's part of the problem we have when we have the IP carriers that are unregulated, connected, with with the other carriers, there's different compensation rates. I'm hoping that's going to improve when we reform all this, and it looks like that's being done. So hopefully that'll improve.
I think one of the ways that you begin to address this issue is to not necessarily micromanage the operations of a company. I'm certainly not a proponent of that, but to be reminded that as the industry evolves, enforcement remains an important component. For example, in Maryland, the Public Service Commission has recently issued a show cause order to a vendor to show cause as to whether or not their services met the safe, reliable, and adequate delivery as required by statutes. And the Public Service Commission has fining authority of up to $10,000 per violation per day. And some have argued that a violation can be on a per call basis. So that's perhaps one way of addressing lack of continuity.
Okay, thank you. I have a question that came in on the internet. I'm going to start with the last one that came in because I can answer this one myself. NE from Maryland would like the FCC definition of connectionness. I kind of made that one up on the fly, so I will define it on the fly too. Connectionness is the opposite of connectionless. Okay. Okay, so I won't be flip about it. What I meant to say is, as opposed to a pure connectionless environment, which is the network environment that the internet was sort of born in, a connection-oriented, or what I was calling connectionness environment. A connection-oriented environment is one in which individual sessions or calls have either virtual circuits or real circuits nailed up in the legacy old networks or networks that are still in use. Calls were nailed up, and you had resources allocated for the duration of the session. I'm not talking about anything quite that static, but I'm not talking about anything as dynamic as a pure connectionless environment, which is how the globally routable internet operates. So that's how I would distinguish between the two, and maybe that term will make it into the term of art category. Okay, we have is there any other questions in the room? I have some here, but if we've got some in the room, I'll go to one in here first. John? Well, we'll do the FCC questions last, okay? Okay, so this is a question, I haven't read these, so there's no telling what you're going to get, okay? Anyway, this one, I won't read the name of the person either, but it is from somebody from the, let's see, Public Utility Commission of Oregon. And this person is saying that our state carriers are telling us 3 days of backup power at COs and 8 hours of battery, then all goes dead, and insufficient effort. I think is what this person, that's their opinion. For a long-term event, what are their plans and resources during a catastrophic event? FCC should establish measures and administered through state commissions with emergency preparedness / disaster responsibilities. And then Oregon PUC is the ESF 2 and 12 liaison between utilities and CLECs with State Office of Emergency Management. Anthony, I think this person probably shares a lot of what you were saying when we were talking on those kinds of topics. Sounds like you were suggesting that an approach for this is for a closer collaboration between the federal government and what the states are doing. Am I right in reading that in?
I think that between the federal, or among the federal government, states, and local governments as well.
You're right. Right. I left that out. That's true. So that's what I read into this. I don't see a question mark here. It seems more like a statement. And unless anybody wants to comment on what I just read.
I'll just add to Anthony, one of the things we look at following a restoration, after the fact in a post-event analysis is we ask the carriers how did they comply with, the NRIC and now CSRIC, best practices. And, they're not requirements, certainly, but and we find most of the time that the carriers adopt those practices, and it goes a long way to keep the networks resilient.
At least in our sector, we do have regulatory requirements that are pretty stringent, and they're spelled out in terms of the need to recover within certain periods of time based on what type of institution you are and what role you serve in the sector. And the regulators have even gone so far as to say that you should have your backup sites in different regions, relying on different telecom, different electrical utilities, separate staff, so that you have true redundancy in various locations. So that's one of our challenges, is making sure we have plans that meet those requirements, that are risk-based, and that means we have to really understand what the capabilities of the telecom providers as well as others like the power providers in terms of their business continuity plans.
So in answer to some of the questions that we asked about communications survivability, it sounds like your approach has been much more risk-based, performance-based. You basically set requirements on how long, what's the time frame to getting service restored.
Correct.
Is that an approach that would apply to communication sector?
Parts of it could. Each customer is going to be a little bit different, and that's part of the challenge, is that our standards are typically higher than most of the customers that the telecom providers have. And so we're always kind of bumping up against this, well, that's not commercial. That's not what we're offer to our standard customer base, and you're going to have to pay more to have something that's more robust. And so that's an issue we run up against, but it really starts with the risk assessment process and looking at the business impact of any sort of number of events, and then building the plans around that.
Thank you. And the last question that came in from the web, this from the same gentleman from Oregon, and he says again, or he says this time, telecom networks are less reliable as carriers claim less responsibility for an outage because of multiple paths from origination to termination. That again is, I think, that sounds like a statement or an assertion, one or the other. I don't know if anybody wants to challenge. Let's treat it as an assertion, okay? Then, does anybody have anything to say on that? How do people feel about that statement?
I think. Okay,
go ahead.
I think there's some truth to there's potentially some truth to that in that if you think about network topology in general, the more complex it gets, the more access points, the more participants, the probability for failure increases. One thing to keep in mind as we think about next generation or evolving networks also is that we're going to have a different type of entity involved, where we're transitioning from solely having carriers or telecommunications carriers involved. We're also going to have application providers involved who are not regulated at the state level, not regulated per se at the federal level, so it's going to be important to put in place contractually, perhaps, as does the financial industry, the types of standards that one would require. And we'll probably also be faced with those entities, because entities will have different levels of experience and different levels of resources. We're also going to be faced with what do we do when those entities are no longer viable or mid-contract or before the expiration of a contract. This you know, I've been on the 911 board for a number of years now, and there's not been anything more exciting or challenging than this proposition of moving to a broadband IP-based network.
Can I offer a flip side of that? So a failure does not equal an outage. Let me tease that out. Yes, by definition, the larger a system is with more discrete components, the higher the probability will be the failure of any one of those discrete components. But there's network engineering practices where you put it together in the right way, you can actually build a more complex system to be more highly reliable. It's not a linear connection of things. Now, there's certainly other aspects that Anthony hit on there, the interconnection points and the other non-topological factors certainly come to play here. But I wouldn't equate increased complexity with higher probability of an outage.
Does anyone have any other questions inside the room here? Okay, you're a hardy lot of folks for sticking it out. Yes. Uh-oh. What do you have to do? Print it out or something? Huh? Is it Oregon again? No, that's the same guy. No, this is somebody different. No, we're about ready to close this down. Huh? Okay, we just got a couple of. Okay, this is an easy one. This is the gentleman from Oregon thanking us for addressing his rhetorical assertions, and he says that Oregon is pronounced Oregon. I guess I never knew that. So you know, I'm gonna just hold this. I'm gonna hold this one, because we're already a little bit over, and it's been kind of a long day for folks. All right, so I appreciate everybody coming out for this and for everybody staying for the whole event, and especially appreciate our panelists for coming out and participating. Some of you doing double duty, not only on this panel but on the second panel as well, and the first panel. So so thanks everybody. Have a safe trip home. And we look forward to seeing you here again sometime soon. Okay? Good day.